down to the earth before you're just like, we can no longer dig down because it's too damn hot for our machines. So,
because also the heat can make the machines not function.
yes, that's basically what happens. So the farthest that we ever dug down, the farthest that we ever dug down was about 5 miles down, I believe, and that's a hole that's in Russia. But so they dig so far down as they could, and then they just couldn't do it anymore. The machines kept failing or whatever. So you got all this molten. You got a lot of molten around it. So you got your Earth's crust and basically lots of fire.
Yeah, because
It's getting compressed.
because also volcanoes literally are connected.
Yeah.
So it's too hot, so everything's breaking. And if you go too far down, you might have a heat stroke and burn to death. So I've done my cereal, but oh no, it's gone.
Society of Creative Anachronism name. In the Nintendo port, this is instead just straight up Richard Garriott, who introduces himself as the maker of Ultima. By 1987, when the Nintendo port was released, he'd already cemented his reputation as a designer. Now we head back to Castle British. I really don't care for these Manowar. They can poison us, which is expensive to deal with, but you only lose 1 HP per step, so it's not that bad if you have gold to cure it. Unfortunately, they don't give us any gold. Wrong way, we're looking for the healer. Okay, back through the jail. And it's just a bit south we discover that Lord British has 2 jesters in some kind of hidden torture chamber. One in water, the other in fire, referenced to by the clue we got in Monter West. This is one of the only real weird moral lapses in the game. We can steal from shops, sure, but we're not required to go on a mass murder spree, but good old Lord British has a hidden torture dungeon. It won't be until the next game that the series really starts to understand that it's taking a moral stance with this kind of thing, and it does so in a big way. Next, we're going to take our ship to Fawn, located on islands just north of Britain. It's actually shaped like an island, which is a nice touch and fresh design. This is the big reason we need to come here, the Pray command. We're told to pray in the Circle of Light, whatever that is, but this isn't the first time we've been told to pray. One of the oracles hinted to pray at the shrines, though it didn't indicate that the pray was an actual command. Pray for the invocation again tells us the command and hints at what it gets us. Once again, in the Nintendo version, we are not given the pray command here, but in U, which we're headed to next. To pass, we need a mark. That's true for a lot of things. Each of the marks we get in the dungeons gets us past a different kind of roadblock. Next we need to hit U just to the east, which is hidden in the middle of a deep forest, and can be hard to find without exploring it. The interior of U is also deep forest, which we stumble around in until we find shops or NPCs or whatever. We don't want to search too quickly though, or we'd have stumbled into this lava. This is the Circle of Light we were talking about in Fawn, and it is here that we can use the Pray command. Yell Evocare, which is Latin for evoke. Yell is one of the standard commands in the game, oddly enough, and like other, when we use it, we're asked to type in what we want to yell. This tells us to yell Evocare. Why? Well, we're told at one point that we need to invoke the snake, but invoke isn't a command. But we're told in Fawn to pray for invocation and to pray at the Circle of Light. So, putting 1 and 1 and 1 together, we get clues to yell Evocare at the snake when we encounter it. And that's the kind of clue chain these early games expect you to figure out. This whole sequence is different in the Nintendo port. The temple has a sea of fire that will do a lot of damage to you if you don't have the Mark of Fire yet, but once you get past it, the priest will teach you the pray command and give you a silver horn, an item that replaces the yell command. That's all we really need here, and we have one more town to visit. Well, 2 towns, but only one at the moment. We need to go to Devilguard, but it's located in a completely sealed-off valley. To get there, we will need to use the Moon Gates. Moon Gates are a little tricky to use. There are 8 of them scattered all over the world map, and each activates at a different time depending on the phase of the first moon at the top of the screen. Jump into it when it shows up, and you'll be taken to one of the gate's destinations based on the phase of the second moon. In the early ports, these phases were shown as numbers 0 through 7, but in the Nintendo port and the VGA patch we're playing, the phases are shown graphically. This is ultimately another form of exploration, and you could probably map this out in an Excel sheet based on the combination of moons if you really wanted to. To get to Devilguard, we need to make a 2 Moongate hop. First, we're going to head to the Moongate just west of the Montour towns. It shows up when the first moon is gibbous waxing, that is, more than half but not yet full, stage 3. If we jump in while the second moon is waxing crescent, which is stage 1, the first little sliver after a new moon, it'll take us to an island with a dungeon on it. This is not where we want to go. We need to wait until it's stage 2, half moon, and it'll take us to this little valley. The valley here is sort of a Moongate hub and has a gate at each end. The north gate opens when the first moon is at half, and the south gate opens when the first moon is full. We're going to take the north gate and jump through when Moon Tune is at its waning half, stage 6. They basically look like they're mirroring. This takes us to a much larger valley surrounded by mountains. It is here that we can find the town of Devilguard, which the Oracle told us was a place we'd learn to use our marks. This is one of the 2 places in the game we can buy horses, which help us outrun enemies on the world map. They're a little pricey for us for now, but if we want them later, we'll be able to find them in the hidden town of Dawn. By that point, however, we'll be more concerned with earning XP than avoiding enemies. Seek ye the Dungeon of Fire. This is actually one of the highly optional dungeons, so I don't think we will. The king favors a mark. This is one of the hints that we need the Mark of Kings, and honestly, we're only level 6 right now, so we probably could have just saved getting it until after our visit. A mark helps invoke the snake. This is our clue that we'll need more than just the invocation to get past the snake. Hot metal leaves a mark. If we hadn't encountered it yet, this would be the clue that to get the marks that people are talking about, we basically need to brand ourselves in dungeons. This is one of my favorite fantasy elements in Ultima 3, a magical process based on branding yourself with strange marks discovered in forgotten places. Why does that work? Who built them? Why are there dungeons? Well, because Richard Garriott thought it was neat. And that's also a secret behind the game's title. As far as Richard was concerned, Exodus was just a cool word that has nothing to do with the word's meaning or biblical allusion, and Garriott has stated in interviews that he didn't know its meaning. Marks gained in dungeons, cluing us that the way to gain them is in dungeons, We're not told exactly which dungeons or where the dungeons are. The game really does expect you to simply explore and map every tile, because as you saw when we were in our first dungeon, you cannot see the marks until you're literally standing on top of them. That's all we need here, and we can take the moon gates back to the mainland. Now comes the tricky part. We've heard a few rumors about the whirlpool. First, a bartender telling us that anyone entering it is lost, and secondly, from someone claiming to have gone beyond it. This tells us that there is a beyond it, though nobody elaborates on what. The whirlpool just sort of zips randomly around the ocean, sucking down anything that comes into contact with it. We've been lucky so far to avoid it because it takes us to another continent, and getting back is a little tricky. We're never told explicitly to go there. Maybe the game expects us to find it on accident, but this other continent, Ambrosia, is where the shrines are hidden, and we've been told to visit them a few times. Let's make this happen. We're running into a bunch of random encounters on the way back to our boat, which is good because we're going to need a bunch of gold for the next part. Eventually we get back to the ship, we left dock just south of Fawn, and we're going to look for that whirlpool. It's not always easy to find. A note if you're playing the DOS version. Due to system speeds, the whirlpool is really fast on modern machines unless you're using DOSBox or MoSlow or something to make it more reasonable. A huge swirling whirlpool engulfs you and your ship, dragging both to a watery grave. Or does it? You awaken on the shores of a forgotten land, your ship and crew lost to the sea. I guess we had a crew. Maybe pirates we press ganged after defeating them? Well, they're dead now, I guess. Ambrosia is a big, empty continent devoid of towns and only having a small number of monsters that I think are set and don't spawn randomly. We can't save here, so every Ambrosia run, and we will do many Ambrosia runs, is a single sitting. What the place does have, what we need, are the Shrines of Truth, which are the mechanic Ultima 3 gives us to increase our stats. Each stat is tied to a different one of the 4 shrines. What order you do them in is up to you, but I like to start with Wisdom because only my cleric needs it, and it gives them access to some very useful spells. Finding each shrine, again, takes a lot of exploration and a lot of keys. Most locked doors don't have anything behind them, but there are a few we need to get through to get onto the Wisdom Shrine, and if you don't have a map and haven't played the game before, trial and error is the only way. To get there, we're going to head northeast, follow this forest path around, and eventually we'll hit the peninsula holding the shrine. This is a good time to mention the Nintendo port differences. First, fewer monsters. Second, there's an inn in the northern area where you can save. It automatically saves when you enter the whirlpool in computer ports, and you can't manually save otherwise. Finally, you get a flower here. If given to the Nintendo-exclusive NPC Sherry in Britain, she'll give you a heart compass that you can use to teleport back to Lord British's castle, even from a dungeon or in combat. At the shrine, we have our cleric Healy enter, and we're taken to this screen, which looks like a first-person view of a baptismal font rendered in map tiles. Welcome to the Shrine of Wisdom. Offering times 100, asking us how many hundreds of gold we want to sacrifice. For every 100 coins we offer, our wisdom is raised by 1. Since our dwarf cleric has 25 wisdom and maxes out at 75, we can offer 5,000 coins to max ourselves out. Offering more does nothing, but it won't stop you from wasting them. This also gives us max MP of 75 and access to all the spells in the Litany of Truth. Besides the ability to cure poison for free and better healing spells, 2 of our new spells are going to be hugely valuable. Sequitu, which teleports us directly outside from any floor of a dungeon for 40 MP, and Zixcoquib, which instantly defeats almost every foe on the screen. It is the ultimate combat spell. There's a similar wizard spell, but we're doing wisdom first because the other spells are also super useful. We don't need wisdom on any of the other PCs, so we're done here. Oh, before we go, we're going to search and we find a card, Death. We will need 4 of these cards for the endgame, and 1 is hidden at each shrine. To head back to Caesarea, we need to head back through the whirlpool, and for that we need a new ship. Fortunately, there are some pirates hanging out down here, and to find them, we need to pass through a dark forest maze. We run into some gargoyles, which gives us a chance to try out our new cleric mass murder spell. It's a bit of a waste, but it's cool, even if it sucks up almost all of our MP. This spell will be a great way to help our cleric stay caught up in levels to the other PCs. You can't cast it every combat, but if you wait for a battle full of high experience monsters, you can jump up level really fast. We beat the pirates, steal their ship, spend some time using our more powerful healing spells to rest and strengthen. It wastes a little food, sure, but healing is more expensive to pay for, and return to the whirlpool. We get the same text and are spit back out into the normal world. Fortunately, this time we keep our ship. We're going to need some gold. Lots of gold to max out everybody's stats at the shrines. Well, not all of the stats. Only Healy needs wisdom, and only Piper needs intelligence. But everybody needs dexterity, and everybody except Piper could do with some strength. The twist is, our party can only carry 999,000 gold before it rolls over to 0, which means that each trip to Ambrosia will only let us bump up around 90 stat points. We're going to have to make a lot of trips, and finding the whirlpool every time is pretty time consuming. It's also a little callous when you think about it. Every time we go to Ambrosia, our entire crew dies. We sacrifice them to the sea again and again. Even though they're pirates, it's still pretty cold-hearted. Maybe not as bad as killing innocent jesters was in Ultima 1, but there is no way around it. There is, however, a way to round grinding the overworld for gold. Southeast of Britain is an island containing a nameless dungeon, commonly referred to in the fan community as the Dungeon of the Snake, as it's the only dungeon containing the snake mark. This makes it mandatory in any playthrough, but that's not why we're visiting at this point. For our purposes, the dungeon also contains 12 treasure chests on its very first level. They're behind secret doors, but once you've mapped the place out, you can find them easily. The treasures are in 3 of the first floor's corners. They hold gear you can sell too, and between them and the few random encounters you'll have on each dive, you can easily clear 1,000 gold per trip. Leave, jump back down, and they all reset. This is faster than seeking combat in the overworld would be, and as soon as you have 9,000 gold, make another Ambrosia trip. Is it still a grind? Yes, it is tedious, but it's miles better than our Ultima 1 and 2 grinding, and we can shorten trips with your clerics or wizards' teleport up a floor spell. Anyway, as soon as we have 9,000 gold, we want to start hitting the Dexterity Shrine. We've got to jump on our ship and set sail, hunting that whirlpool again. When we find it, we're going to want to head due east. This time, something starts shooting at us. We find another pirate ship and take it easily. We're just going to use it to puddle jump here. The Shrine of Dexterity is just through this door. This time, we're going to focus on the sneaks first. More dexterity means he's able to disable traps more easily and makes them harder to hit. Sneaks is an elf, which means his dexterity cap is 99, so it costs 7,400 to bring him up from 25. We're going to want to boost everyone's dexterity, however. Everyone benefits from avoiding hits, so let's move down the list and spend the rest of our gold on bumping up Healy from 15 to 34. We'll have to come back and repeat this twice to get everybody where they need to be after a few dozen more dungeon delves. Getting out is simple. We just jump back in our ship, sail around to this gate, use a key, then pop into the whirlpool. The process is the same for the most part for strength. Grind up coins in the dungeon, find the whirlpool, head northwest. There are a few more foes on this route. We run into mains and 2 sets of wild horses before finding the shrine. We want to boast our physical attackers, which is everybody but Piper, so that'll take a few more trips. Our final run will be to the Intelligence Shrine, and Piper is the only one who needs it. Her max intelligence is 99, so we need 7,500 gold, and this gives her 99 MP and access to the nameless spells that kills everyone on the screen. Piper also has a spell that costs 45 and lets her use whatever's left to cast a clerical spell, but I don't think I've ever used it. Whatever, we've got all the cards, we've boosted everyone's stats, it's time to hit the dungeons. No more quick dips for cash or a first floor mark. We're going to need to dive deep to the bottom of a few very dank pits. Okay, we return to the Snake Dungeon one last time. This seems like a good time to show off our cleric spell Vieda. It gives us a look at the map of the local area. We're the blinking asterisk in the upper right corner. The perforated looking walls are secret doors, the square
I never saw a Roblox game freaking me out so much.
Past that. That spell isn't ready yet.
Never thought that would happen.
It happens.
It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging.
I died. The first round. Second round, I managed to survive the 6. It's tweaky as frick.
Oh my
It's
god.
like you can explore Five Nights at Freddy's, but also when you play it, really it doesn't give you the Roblox vibe. So like I was just wandering around. First time I played with people, so I thought all my allies died because they were not smart enough going in, which I literally closed the door and told them keep the door shut. Bonnie's right there. They opened the door. They go all confused because I somehow glitched around the corner. I thought my allies were dead. But no, this other guy is cheating by hiding because he already knew Bonnie was gone from that little room. So he's
That
hiding in
asshole.
there. So I thought my allies died. He closed his front door. And it was fine. So I thought my allies died. So I go and kill it myself so we can restart. But then I repeated the mistake, which means I wasted that.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, the other time, he actually ripped another that guy. He actually decided to help that time. Also, I found really good at game space on the map. And yeah. If they have any like link tests or stuff, I will hide in a room, wait for animatronic to go bye-bye. My task, I run back to my office,
Right?
see animatronic, shut the wrong face, say, haha. If I
Row,
say
row.
fancy, I say, go away, see Freddy, and punch him in the face.
Okay. Does that make you happy? Do you feel better now? Oh god.
squares are regular doors, and the question marks might be traps, signs, chest marks, or fountains, basically anything else. This is a huge help when mapping the places out, and you can cast this in towns or the overworld as well, once you have the 55 magic points that it costs, so after visiting Ambrosia and raising your wisdom. The down arrow is our target. We need to get to the bottom of the dungeon. The second level is a big empty room with another ladder, which we can take to the third. Dungeon encounters aren't too tough for us until the very bottom, but it can be easy to forget where you were heading if you were navigating with a map.
What happened?
Down on the 5th floor, we get an admonishment. Don't drink. Here it's good advice. Any fountains on this floor are poison. The 6th floor writings are the same, don't drink, but we can ignore it because of the 4 fountains in this starting area. 2 cure you of poison, and 2 heal you to max hit points. Don't always believe what you read, kids. The 7th floor is full of gremlins that will steal your food. These were the toughest foe in Ultima 1, stealing half your food per hit. But in Ultima 3 they're more like traps, you can map them and avoid them. Level 8 is our target here, and it's a disconnected level. The 2 areas you reach via the different level 7 ladders aren't connected. But down here are 2 marks, Kings, or Fire in the Nest Port, and Snake. Since we already have the Mark of Kings, we can just grab the Snake mark. We don't absolutely need each mark on every character. I think the Snake mark is only needed by whoever uses the Yell command, but I'm going to give it to everybody just for symmetry's sake and in case I forget who I gave it to. It's only 50 hit points, it barely hurts. We'll use our Cleric spell to teleport to the surface, and now it's off to the next dungeon. We now need the Mark of Fire, which allows us to cross flaming floors without pain. The Mark of Fire is actually hidden in a few dungeons, but it's easiest to reach in the mines of Morinia for reasons that will become quickly apparent. The mines are on the western side of the continent, just north of Grey. As you can see here, the ladder reaches from ceiling to floor, meaning you can go up or down. So we go down, and down, and down all the way to the 8th floor. And honestly, we don't really have much of a choice. The only way to access the rest of any given floor is with the Cleric's Lib Rex spell, which teleports you randomly around a level. However, while each level has a bunch of treasure hidden away amidst the traps and monsters, we are pretty much past the point of needing gold, so we're just going to head straight to the bottom.
What brings you here? Wind.
After a quick trip into a hidden treasure room, I know I said we don't need it, but why not? It's not far out of the way and we can buy more torches or something. We find the Mark of Fire on the opposite side of the floor. Now that we have the Mark of Fire, we're going to learn to Lord British's castle to talk to that jester he has roasting in a pit of fire for some reason. West 8, South 35, and await dawn. This is a clue as to the location of our last town, Dawn, which is 8 tiles west and 35 south from the castle. It also only appears when both moons are new, so we're actually going to go 7 west so we end up next to it and not on top when it appears. I'm trying really hard to remember how many steps south we were when the battle started. And there it is. Dawn lasts but a brief moment. True, it disappears as soon as the moon changes, so only a few turns on the world map. It won't vanish while we're here or anything. We could buy horses here, but there's no need to at this point of the game. We're not trying to avoid encounters. Ambrosia awaits. Well, been there, done that. Okay, here we go. Dig up exotics. That's a new command, dig, and we'll need it to find the exotics. Dig carefully. Nothing new there. Now, to talk to this third guy, we would need to murder one of his friends here. Only way to reach him. And again, the game is asking you to kill innocents. If you do, he tells you to dig on islands. But you know what? You're not going to make a murderer out of me, Richard Garriott. This time he gets to live. In the Nintendo port, you don't get the dig command. Instead, there's 2 picks you need to dig up the exotic arms and exotic armors called mystics in that version. We can find the gold pick here in the guild shop, you'd have to steal it from a chest, and the silver pick is in a dungeon that we're not going to visit this playthrough. We now have all the info we need to find the exotic weapons and armor, which are located on small 2-tile islands near Fawn and Gray. We can just keep digging to get as many as we want, but we only need 4 of each and we can't sell them. These armors are decent. While the weapons aren't ranged, they're the only ones that can hurt the creatures in Exodus's castle. For now, everyone is going to want to equip the armor, and Healy, who has no ranged weapon anyway, will equip the exotic weapon. This is a good time to buy the best ranged weapons we can for our fighter. In the computer port, it's the bow +4, called the Silver Bow in the Nintendo version. Only 2 dungeons left, which is great because my voice is dying on me. First, the Dungeon of Time, which we can reach through the same methods we used to find the hidden town of Devilguard. Just take the Moon Gate to the Landlocked Valley, and the Moon Gate to the smaller space with just take the Moon Gate to the Landlocked Valley, and then this Moon Gate to a smaller space with just 1 dungeon. We're headed here for some information. It's another place you can skip visiting if you know everything, or just want to look it up online and want to speedrun things.
Now I want you to watch this video.
Send it to me.
Well, we sent you the video. Like, this is a different part. The video's
Alright, let's see it. What you got? Basically, you can't win.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
Yeah, that's what it feels sometimes.
The layout of the first few floors is highly symmetrical, but when we hit floor 4, we can skip over to another one of those ladders that head straight to the bottom, skipping a lot of treasures we don't need. We could have tried doing this before Ambrosia, when the treasure would have helped, but it's still slower than just running the first level of the Snake Mark dungeon over and over. The bottom floor holds a Mark of Kings and a Mark of Fire, but we already have those, so we just go to the opposite corner where we meet the Time Lord. I guess Richard was a Doctor Who fan too. You see a vision of the Time Lord. He tells you the one way is love, soul, moons, and death. All else fails. Whatever that means. It can't be a coincidence that our shrine gave us cards of love, soul, moons, and death. We could not beat the game without this information, and this is the only place to get it. But the game does not check to see if you visited the Time Lord to figure it out. One more dungeon to go, the Dungeon of Doom, hidden in the deep forest west of where Dawn is. We need the Mark of Force, which lets us pass through force fields protecting Exodus. There's also the Mark of Force in the Dungeon of Fire, but the Dungeon of Doom is easier and has fewer traps. We don't get a single long ladder leading to the bottom here, but the levels aren't too tricky to navigate. The bottom floor gives us our mark behind a secret door, which we burn into our flesh, and there's a lot of treasure down here in the corners. I'll grab some, but we absolutely don't need it for anything. All that's left is the endgame. After visiting Lord British to update our max HP and heal up, we set sail to the Silver Serpent we saw earlier, avoiding the whirlpool because we do not want to be distracted by Ambrosia right now, and yell. Yell is an actual command with the Y key. Evocare and Boom were on the other side of the serpent. Again, with the Nintendo port, you'd use the horn that they gave you. Time to enter Exodus's castle. The Nintendo port has a completely different layout that I'm not going to cover, so you're on your own there. We get into a fight and realize that even with the exotic armor, we do not have the hits to survive the gauntlets ahead of us that would take to reach Exodus itself. And there are some tough, unfair fights ahead. So instead, we're going to retreat and level up for a while. How much? Well, for this playthrough, I'm going to grind fights until everyone is at least level 25, giving them the maximum of 2,550 hit points. You probably don't need that many, but I would recommend hitting at least level 20 to be safe. And then it's just a grueling gauntlet through fights against the toughest monsters in the game. Balwans, wyverns, and worst of all, the floor. Floors are, I don't know, they don't show up on the screen. They only take one hit to kill, but they do a ton of damage per hit. And letting them hit you is the only real way to find out where they are. As far as tactics that work go, well, first your cleric and wizard have spells that hit everything, but you only have so many MP.
Someone came up with a weird part, and I'm just telling you a part of the story. So he just kept on asking about the electronics. He asked for a toothbrush. And I was like, dude, that's not made for me. And he said, isn't that what mom stands for? No, it's not.
Made of money.
Yes.
That's actually kind of funny. I thought that's what mom stood for. That's funny. Oh, speaking of toothbrushes, you need to go brush your teeth.
Past that yet.
And you're hit with multiple fights against them without rest. 2, you can line up and march around using who gets hit as a clue to where the enemies are. Maybe the best way though is just to stand there and swing your weapons in front of you. If they get hit, it's their own fault. Poisoned, battered, exhausted, low on food, we're finally face to face with Exodus itself, a mainframe computer. How did Minax and Mundane have a computer child? It doesn't matter, we just need to defeat it. This is, amusingly enough, the only science fiction element in Ultima 3. No blasters, no spaceships, just a computer. And in grand science fiction tradition, we defeat it with our cards, our punch cards, inserting them into each server in the order the Time Lord told us to. And so it came to pass that on this day, Exodus, hellborn incarnate of evil, was vanquished from Caesarea. What now lies ahead in the Ultima Saga can only be pure speculation. Onward to Ultima 4. And that's it. That is Ultima 3 Exodus. My final evaluation is that Ultima 3 was leaps and bounds ahead of Ultimas 1 and 2, but it is still very much a game of its era. It might be the first full application of the early CRPG format, and makes a good enough capstone of the first 3 games in the series, being very much the story of how Richard Garriott learned game design. I have a certain fondness for it. The Nintendo version was the first Ultima game that I was able to beat.
That's pretty fine.
I'm gonna send you this video just made of difference.
Right. Okay.
Beat, but I would rate it as simply competent. Ultima 4, the one that comes next, is the first game in the series that I would call truly great. I'm going to take a break from the series before covering Ultima 4 to cover some other RPG and adventure games that more properly belong to the early 80s. Maybe some Infocom text adventures, maybe the Bard's Tale series, maybe Wizardry or Megami Tensei. But I will be back for Ultima 4 in a few months, so make sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss it when I do. Feel free to mention in the comments if there are.
In the past couple hundred years, we've called a lot of things the November Revolution. As far back as the 1830s, when Poland rebelled against the Russians, you had the famous October Socialist Revolution that technically took place in November if you use the Gregorian calendar. You then have the creation of the Weimar Republic in Germany following World War I, and most recently we've had the 1989 Velvet Revolution, which ended the communist rule in Czechoslovakia, the same month that the Berlin Wall fell. but I'm here to talk about November of 1974. The United States is coming to terms with the resignation of Richard Nixon just a few months prior. The midterm elections of 1974 under Gerald Ford were a slaughter for Republicans. Democrats stole an astonishing 49 seats, securing the two-thirds majority that they needed to override Ford's presidential veto powers. In the nearly 50 years since, it remains the largest net gain of seats for the Democratic Party. But no one calls this the November Revolution of 1974. That name belongs to a decidedly non-political event. Physics is about to experience a coincidence so remarkable, so improbable, that we're unlikely to see anything like it ever again. By this point, most of the physics community was in agreement that atoms were made up of three things: a dense nucleus of protons and neutrons, surrounded by a fuzzy cloud of electrons. And all of the observable matter in the universe was just combinations of these three ingredients. But by the 1960s, there were those who suspected that maybe there was a level even deeper than the subatomic, an even smaller set of particles that made up the protons and neutrons. Quarks, as they were called, supposedly came in three flavors: up, down, and strange. And despite some experimental evidence in favor of this quark model, it was still up for debate whether quarks were actual physical particles or just useful mathematical concepts that helped to resolve some of the weirdness of certain experiments. Sure, they fixed a few problems here or there, but they seemed like a band-aid applied to what was a huge hole left in the jigsaw puzzle. But this attitude would change thanks to an unexpected result off the California coast. Burton Richter was leading a team at Stanford, working on their newest $6 million toy, a tunnel loop 80 meters in diameter known as SPEAR. This is a very expensive tunnel in which electrons and their antimatter equivalents are rammed together at high speeds in the hope that they'll explode into new particles. As is typical in physics, when a breakthrough is made, everyone assumed that something must be broken because they weren't even looking for a new particle. And yet, there it was, flashing into existence for just 7 zeptoseconds, with an energy of 3 billion electron volts. This wasn't evidence of the up, down, or even strange quark. This was something new. This was a fourth quark, specifically a fourth quark appearing in tandem with its antimatter equivalent before they annihilate each other. Now, a fourth quark had been proposed before, but never seen in the wild. If this truly was the fourth quark, CHARM, as it's now called, the Band-Aid could come off. They had just found the missing jigsaw piece. Richter had wanted to name the hybrid particle SP, after the accelerator that had discovered it, but his co-workers really didn't like that name. So instead, he asked a Greek colleague which Greek letters were still available. Iota was free, but he opted against it since iota is a synonym for insignificant and it seemed a little counterintuitive given the magnitude of this discovery. So in the end, he settled on psi. Later, they would observe the path the particle took using a spark chamber. A spark chamber is a stack of high voltage metal plates filled with helium and neon. When a high energy particle passes through it, the gas ionizes, leaving a visible trail of sparks. And somehow, the spark trail was the exact same shape as the letter psi. Now, this fact on its own...
Gotcha. What's up, kiddo?
I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging.
Wait. Is there any other game that you want to play that we both can enjoy? A horror game with me? Is it in Roblox?
Recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
So how do I have to inevitably install Roblox?
Well, you just download Roblox, put in your username and stuff, import stuff in there, and then
Still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging.
just play. And two of us already played this, and we got joined like 3 or 4 max. Because in the search bar, you can just search for that. If you ever search up B, you'll automatically like it.
None of them, because I don't play.
How many did you watch?
I watched Markiplier like 2, 3.
Can't pass that yet. Isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Maybe 1. No, Foxy was like he was like a 3 or some shit.
Can't pass that yet. It's still recharging.
It kind of runs at you. I thought it came from the ceiling.
Oh, that's Mangle. So that's Mangle. It's the girl box. Yeah, so like Mangle's the one with the giant hit and stuff, and then like swimming. I know what you're talking about. That's from Act 2.
Gotcha.
I next really tried the PvP Act 2.
Okay.
Thing 2. But that's gonna be hard. Well, the example I like how it's like, but yeah.
I really don't want to play FNAF or Roblox. I really don't want to do that.
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging.
Sorry, buddy.
Is crazy that a particle was named and then very soon after resembled the shape of its name. But this wasn't the coincidence I mentioned earlier. That exact same month, on the opposite side of the country, a group is working out of Brookhaven National Laboratory on Long Island. Leading the team was Samuel Ting, and with their own collider, the larger and more powerful AGS, they had stumbled onto the exact same charm-anti-charm particle. Ting called the particle J. As the story goes, he chose J because it's remarkably similar to the Chinese character in his own name. Other stories behind the name have cropped up over the years, but if I had to choose a personal favorite story, it's that J is the first letter of his daughter's name. On the 11th of November, Ting flew to Stanford for unrelated reasons and just happened to cross paths with Richter. When both men excitedly told the other about their recent breakthrough, they soon realized that they were talking about the same thing. Later that same day, they jointly made the announcement for the discovery of J/Psi. It's astounding that such an important discovery was made independently within such a short period of time. For this reason, J/Psi is the only subatomic particle that has 2 officially recognized names. But we don't call it the November Revolution because of one discovery. We call it that because it pointed the whole field in a specific direction, kicking off a decade of discoveries. That same year, Gene Ilioopoulos would compile what is now widely understood to be the first ever edition of the Standard Model of Physics. At this point, it's an even larger jigsaw puzzle, still missing some critical pieces. And you know how jigsaws are. Even if a piece is missing, you can still kind of infer what it should look like. Maybe you recognize some of the names here. This outer ring we call the fermions, aka the matter particles. The top half is the family of quarks. Note that you'll never find one of these on their own, only in larger combinations called hadrons. Only 3 years after the discovery of charm, the first evidence of an even heavier fifth quark was found. This new one was named the bottom quark. What this suggested was that there is a sixth partner quark also out there, waiting to be found, and thus the search for the massive but elusive top quark had begun. Gotta tell ya, this is one hell of a naming convention. On the other side here we have the leptons. Unlike quarks, you can actually find these alone in the wild. They consist of the electron, who you may recognize from their greatest hit, electricity. Less well known are its big sibling the muon, and the even more recently discovered, even bigger sibling, tau. Each of these three have their own corresponding pets, the neutrinos. One of them is still just implied, but we're pretty sure it's out there. Moving on inward, we have another class of particles, the bosons. If fermions make up matter because they're firm, then the bosons make up the four fundamental forces. I don't have a mnemonic for this one. The photon you've probably heard of. It's responsible for all light and EM waves. You can thank Einstein for that one. At the tail end of the 1970s, the gluon had popped up in experiments. It's responsible for gluing together quarks to make protons and neutrons. The other two here are still missing in action. You have the W and Z bosons, which supposedly control nuclear radiation and decay. Their existence was so certain, though, that theoretical work suggesting them had already won a Nobel Prize. And that's about all there is. That's the standard model of physics. Well, okay, no, not technically. There were those who proposed another boson, one that would tie all the other particles together in a field. And this field would supposedly explain the origin of mass. At this point in time, it wasn't so widely accepted, and thus its time in the spotlight will come much later on. So, as the 1970s gave way to the 1980s, this was the state of the standard model and most of particle physics. But something was becoming clear. To make further progress and find those missing pieces, the technology needed to catch up first. The heavier the particle, the higher the energy needed to produce it. They needed bigger accelerators. And thus 14 years after their first joint announcement, Burton Richter and Samuel Ting would be reunited. Not for the first time. They had, after all, jointly accepted a Nobel Prize some years back. And yet, despite the prestige of the Nobel ceremony, this occasion was no less monumental. A few feet away from them, the announcement is being made for what will be the largest scientific undertaking in United States history. It would be the particle physics equivalent of landing on the moon. Their mission was to find the holy grail of particle physics. And Ronald Reagan was all in.
Outer space used to be called the final frontier. But today we've begun to tap another frontier, inner space, whose infinitesimal constellations hold out infinite possibilities. I know that some people may question the practical applications of the superconducting supercollider, but the truth is, the practical applications of this knowledge are already changing the way we live. In the face of ever-increasing global competition, the United States must maintain the leading edge in science and technology, and building the world's largest particle accelerator is a visible symbol of our nation's determination to stay out front.
Within 5 years, the project will have completely collapsed, and with it, American leadership in the realm of particle physics. Burton Richter would go on to call the project one of high-energy physics' greatest failures. I'm warning you now. This story has a lot of things. What it doesn't have is a happy ending. This was a failure so big, so massive in its scope, that it's hard to put into words. Instead, I think it's better if I let you see for yourself. If I gave you a rock and asked you to describe what the inside of it looked like, with no access to fancy tools, what would you do? Personally, I'd throw it at the ground repeatedly until it broke. At some point, humans realize that the best way to find out what something is made of is to smash it open. And if it's a rock or an apple, our hands can get the job done. But if we wanted to break apart something small, like a proton, for instance, we're going to need some specialized gear. Hence, particle accelerators. A particle accelerator, or more specifically a collider, consists of three main components. 1. A tunnel system, generally a circular loop that is held at vacuum and at temperatures close to absolute zero. This is what the particles will be traveling through. 2. A set of ultra-strong magnets. These serve two purposes. Most of the ring is surrounded by equally spaced magnets, and their job is to steer the charged particles around the ring. Additionally, you have a specific region where the magnets are used to speed up the particles once per loop, like a booster in Mario Kart. After thousands of loops per second, the particle has approached the speed of light. And finally, 3. The collision zone. This region usually contains an advanced detector that gathers hundreds of gigabytes of data per second. Think blood splatter analysis, only real. Modern accelerators are typically built in several stages, with linear injecting segments, multiple booster sections, etc., like the incremental stages of a rocket. But by and large, accelerators are just big guns we build underground, and then we shoot really tiny bullets, and then we hope that the bullets ram into each other and explode. Why? Because collisions release a ton of energy, and energy is related to mass through Einstein's iconic equation, E equals mc squared. So, if you want to generate heavier quarks, we need larger energies and larger machines. And for the past 2 decades, one nation has been the undisputed world champion when it comes to building accelerators. Throughout the 60s and 70s, 5 quarks and 2 leptons were discovered in the United States, the fruits of the November Revolution. At the turn of the 1980s, the US was operating 4 major accelerator labs. You had SLAC over in California, where we met our buddy Richter, and you had Brookhaven in New York with our buddy Ting. You also had Cornell, a little ways away in Ithaca. But the newest and shiniest was the crown jewel of America's particle accelerators, the Tevatron, located at Fermilab in the outskirts of the Windy City of Chicago. The Tevatron name is an amalgamation of 2 things. 1. TeV is short for tera electron volts, or a trillion electron volts. That's the approximate collision energy the machine is capable of generating. And the other half Tron, because it's very funny to name expensive scientific instruments with the suffix Tron. With a loop diameter of 2 kilometers and state-of-the-art superconducting magnets, the Tevatron was the world's first collider to break the energy barrier from GeV to TeV. That was the true final frontier. As the standard model began to get filled in, the missing puzzle pieces were beginning to take shape. That meant the top quark, the W and Z bosons, and maybe, just maybe, the Higgs boson. The United States and its highly decorated army of physicists wanted to be the ones to plant down that flag. Bring home that W. Now consider how many accelerators existed in the rest of the world. In Western Europe you had CERN, straddling the French and Swiss borders, and then also DESY in Germany. The Soviet Union had 2 accelerators all to themselves. And finally, the rookies on the scene, you had Japan with their Keck Accelerator Lab. You may have noticed here that the US has almost half of the world's major accelerators, and for a while that was a major strength of the Americans. But as the 1980s rolled around, this was turning into a weakness. See, the US budget for particle physics had to be split between 4 labs that varied in size, age, and capabilities. To keep each of them competitive would require multiple ongoing upgrades that would spread the slim budget even slimmer. The fear was that Europe's consolidation into one entity, CERN, would allow them to pool all their resources and take the lead. CERN was already digging a tunnel for its newest collider, the Large Electron Positron Collider, or LEP. With a diameter of 8.6 kilometers, it would be by far the world's largest, making Fermilab's 2 kilometers look quaint. To maintain their competitive edge, US physicists would have to one-up CERN. Instead of 4 small labs competing for funding, the path forward should be one new, giant lab, all their eggs in one basket. Throughout the 70s, there were conferences.
Spirits be with ya, man.
What's surprising you in FNAF co-op? Well, yeah, because those are older games.
strength and honor. For the Horde.
Latte! Alright, now what do I do? I created an account.
Oh, wait, you did?
I did.
Wait,
Despite my... Anyway.
are you in Roblox?
This is Roblox homepage.
Well, you can't friend request and stuff. Can you search up a certain game? Not yet. Actually, friend request me first. Friends. Put don't name God altogether. DONT.
Where I put requests.
Search friends. Go back. Search friends. DONT. Name. God. And enter.
You do not exist.
No. Wait, what? 1 second. Let me check my username. Wait, what did I say?
Don't name God. But also, this isn't, like, I need to add you as a friend. This is searching through my friends list.
Oh, so then you have to go to, then requests, and then put my name.
There is no request.
Wait, what's your username?
Thor Zanes.
1 second. I'm gonna friend request you. Wait. Clear the friend list. It says one new friend. Accept. Now I'm gonna go load up FNAF co-op and then I'll just join you. So you go back to home. 1 second. I'm gonna check if it's loaded yet. Okay. So press me and join. Nope. Join. And then I'm gonna create my server, and then we're going FNAF 2. Like 1, 2, and then how many nights you want? How many nights do you want to play?
Let's just do like 3 or 4 normal.
3's not gonna be long, but okay. I actually have to wait for you to join before I can continue.
Blood and thunder. Strength.
Game started.
I'm dead. I went and talked to Freddy. Apparently you weren't supposed to do that.
USA, 1993. After a long financial struggle, you finally found a summer job. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, looking for night guards to keep the place in order during closing time. However, you soon realize the company is not only in crippling debt, but also behind a terrible tragedy. Some people say the animatronic characters carry the souls of the children who died there. Desperate for money, you chose to ignore these facts and made your way to the location for your first night.
So you should be able to hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. So what am I doing now? I gotta click on FNAF Co-op. I click on you and hit join.
Yeah, you join me. Just know my volume's at 14 because I'm supposed to hear the game now.
Actually, the game is set.
Well, we have some games right now. Are you in the game? Are you inside the game?
Yeah, I'm the only one here.
Okay, join my server, okay? I just made one. We're gonna wait for 4. Okay, we're not. Oh, hurry. People are starting to join in.
Yeah, well, I clicked play, but
I'm
then
coming.
it's not, like, I clicked on you to play. Yeah, and then put me straight into the game. So, this is me.
Hurry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're just fine, man.
Okay. So, we're going to the lobby now. Okay, so FNAF 2, Night 1. Okay, FNAF 2, Night 1. You're, follow me to the office, okay?
Alright.
Start. 2. No. Everyone ready up? We're all ready. Take. Wait. Who are you, Tom Tick? Tom Tick. Dad, what level are you?
Probably 0.
No. I'm level 2. Because I beat in 2 games. I hear the puppet. Oh wait, that's just the normal thing. I'm gonna go get some special things in the beginning because I bit something, got some of the money that the game would give you to buy some power-ups. Okay, let's go get some power-ups.
Fucking Christ, this game's loud.
I know.
turn this shit down.
Okay,
again.
so just follow me, so I can bring you to the office soon as I'm ready. Okay, and now. Bye.
Alright, what are we doing? Alright, I see
Okay,
you.
follow me. We're not going straight down the hallway. Just know if you go straight down the hallway, you're getting killed. We're gonna turn this way. Straight down into the office. Use the hall. Okay, so if you hear a ding, 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 go into one of those rooms. And if you see the torn up fox, turn on the hallway white light. And if you see anyone else, put your mask on, okay?
Alright, so.
Use the hallway light from right here. There you go. Hallway lights on.
So, is that how I turn it on?
Yeah, you can just press it, but if you're behind the desk, there's a button that says hallway light that you can find and turn it on and off.
Oh, right trigger is to use. Okay. I'm using my controller.
Oh. Actually, let's go explore, but put your mask on while we explore, okay?
I'll put it on while I see someone. Go. I can't see with the mask on.
I'm able to recognize where I am from my stuff. Okay, put your mask on when we get into this room, because there's going to be tons of animatronics ready to kill.
We're going to kill them?
No, they're going to kill us. Actually, we don't need our mask unless they touch us if we're here, but I'm just bringing it on as soon as they activate. As soon as the Chica's on. Okay, mask. Put your mask on as soon as possible, please.
It's
I
on.
don't want
Yeah.
you to die. Yeah. Because the animatronic. Where are you? I lost you.
behind
Oh,
you.
there you are.
I've been
Oh,
following
yep,
you this
there
whole
you are.
time.
Let's go back to the office. Actually, I know a little cheat code how to win no matter what. Just hide. Just hide in this corner. Hide in the corner. Wait. Game ends. We win.
So regardless of music box or anything, we just stay in this corner.
Yes. Wait, I can't see. Just stay in the corner.
Got it.
Hopefully someone else goes to fix the music box, because I'm not doing. Keep your mask on inside the corner. If you get jump scared.
Oh.
Oh,
Our
he's
friend's
dead.
That's the only other guy, so so you're gonna
yeah,
go
it's
fix
just
the
us.
music box?
Well, I actually think if you just hide here, you're fine, because it goes to the office. If we get jump scared, I had no clue, because in the FNAF 1 game, they just go to the office unless you touch them when they're in another area. So we just have to touch it. It will kill us, but if not, it will go to the office, I think. So just hide in the corner, because it is 1 a.m. because I bought the watch so I can see the time at any time. Because I bought the watch item because I completed the game. So just sit here and wait. Oh, it turned 2. As soon as it turns 6 a.m., I think we're gonna be good.
Uh-oh. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Music box broken.
I see the marionette. We're safe. What the? Hey, but we had our mask on.
Yeah, but
What?
we still have to follow the guide and everything, you know?
Yeah, but that just doesn't make sense because. Never mind. Let's just play again. How about that? Do you want to play FNAF 1?
Doesn't matter to me, man.
I've been doing FNAF 1, but FNAF 1's still hard and it's very creepy. Oh, those 2 white eyes that you see are just Golden Freddy, just sitting there having a good day. Yep.
7.
Hi, golden
Okay.
boy. Loading. Can we? Oh. Oh. We should automatically be put inside FNAF 1 if I'm correct. Oh, here comes the loud music.
Oh, I turned my shit
Oh,
down.
oh, we're still in. Still in.
Yeah, I'm
FNAF
level
1.
2 now.
Hey, look, you are. Select.
So let's just
Night
wait.
1.
Let's wait for people.
Okay. Hey, I'm level 3.
Yep. Oh, by the way, I don't think staying in the corner works.
Yeah, it doesn't. It should work though, because somebody else did it inside FNAF 1, but in FNAF 2 you can't do it. So why does that person get to sit inside the corner? I'll tell you when people have joined, okay?
Alright.
So you're gonna go level up in you're gonna go level up in World of Warcraft, I guess?
Yeah, I'm playing it right now. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
I have Roblox on my left screen, so whenever you want to play, I'll play.
Oh yeah, you can do that. You can do that because you have double screens. Double screens I had to get rid of. They're too laggy for me.
Yeah, gotta get you a different video card for that.
Yeah. I'm gonna take off my headphones.
Go for it.
Oh, so you can. Oh, it's a glitch. Oh, where's happening there? I got to. What are you? The glitch corner? It is glitched. So can we have the corner?
So is this how we wait for people? We just stay in this lobby? Or is there a different
Yeah,
lobby we need to be?
If you want to join a different lobby, it might be FNAF 3 or something.
That's fine.
We don't decide in different lobbies. The other owner does.
Right.
So yeah, that because the main reason FNAF 1 has been skipping to FNAF 2, the second night and stuff, but I'm going night by night because it's just like you get to know the animatronics.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 3 game. Actually, I played 4, so I should be level 4. I play 4 of the games. Actually, I should be level 5. I've done the FNAF 3 one. Dad,
Dante.
make sure every 10 minutes you go back into Roblox and press and just like press your mouse when you're inside Roblox, because 20 minutes offline means you're AFK, so you're gonna have to rejoin
Okay.
after 20 minutes being AFK.
Oh, man.
So, how many levels are you at?
Wow, 13.
Dad, I got a rebirth in FNAF co-op, but I got a rebirth in FNAF co-op, so I was level 10 last time I played FNAF co-op, but then I got rebirth. so I was back to level 0, so now I'm at level 3. FNAF co-op fun.
It's alright.
FNAF co-op's better than any of the other FNAF games. A, because you can actually see the animatronics go walk, 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 and you get warnings showing the animatronics behind the animatronics' heads and a little sign saying, "It's me." So I like this version better.
Alright.
Happy Dad, exit out of my lobby.
Okay.
I have an idea in Roblox. Let's exit.
How do I leave the lobby without leaving the game?
Dean, I don't know that.
I guess we just have to leave and restart it. Alright.
Okay. Wanna trying to do this?
Restart the lobby? You restart your lobby?
No, I'm not gonna restart it. I'm actually trying to find the server because I haven't seen a lot of FNAF 1 games. And also, we're gonna get a full group. I'm gonna try to find one.
Someone says they need 2 right here. Ali Demi.
Who has allied?
So play. So let's see here. Do you see?
Why? I'm still loading. Okay,
Kitten Lover
so-
has 2 in there.
I don't know.
Do you see Kitten Lover?
Yeah, let's. Okay, join. I'm joining Kitten Lover.
I clicking it, but nothing fucking working.
She has a password.
All right, then let's check out. Let's do Pony Kid.
1 second. Where's Pony Kid? Okay. Has a password. Pony
Alright.
Kid has a password too.
Let's do very bottom one. No, we can't do the very bottom. Yeah, we can. Do you see but Boza Dikuku? Do you see that guy?
Oh, is it?
He's at
No.
towards the bottom.
Oh yeah. Okay. Wait.
No,
join.
he's gone.
Okay. But I joined the lobby. I'll leave his lobby then. Okay, so where we go? Which lobby are we in?
Let's do fuck. Benjamin Rocks. Do you see him?
Yeah. Okay, I'm joining.
Alright, I joined him.
Okay.
Yeah, there
we
you
go.
are.
We're in. Do you like my Bonnie shirt?
It is cute as fuck.
I'm going to try to get more Robux because I realized my other shirt that I really liked, which is a Foxy shirt, was a tank top. I realized that as soon as I bought it because, yeah. So, I don't know how to sell it, but... Start up. Wait.
We're playing FNAF 1, 2. I'm waiting for him to select it. There we go. Ready.
We're doing FNAF 4? I
Yep.
have no clue how to play FNAF 4.
Well, it'll be a learning experience for everyone.
Well, we're going to die because I'm observant, but still, FNAF 4? Even 5 people, it's hard. Especially if they actually did something. Oh god, it's only 4 of us. And especially if they're at the Halloween event, we're dead. Because I have no clue how the Halloween guys work
The
either.
Halloween event? No.
Yes, FNAF 4 has a Halloween event with a ton of characters. I only know how Nightmarian works. And the Freddles. And Plush Trap. But everyone else, I have no clue. So this is just not good for me. Frick. What is this?
USA,
What are these noises?
1983. This time,
The
the
xylophone?
terror has followed you home.
I don't like this music.
Only
I
a
don't
week
like
left
it.
before your birthday at Fredbear's Family Diner.
Hey, Dad,
But
you
the
saw
closer that
Thor's
day
Ace.
gets, the sicker you feel.
Oh,
You must
also, you're
once
gonna
again
get killed.
defend yourself against your traumas. But something even worse is lurking in the shadows. Something very real.
Wait, look in chat. Somebody said
Your flashlight will
1983
scare
was
Was
you.
my
my
mom's
mom's
year.
year.
Well,
But
basically,
be
his
careful.
mom was
And,
born in
other person-
1983.
If
Oh.
something has
Same.
crept too close, then shining your flashlight in its eyes will be your end. Good luck.
Wait, so we always just shine the flashlight? I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh wait, we. Oh. It's 12. Okay. It's like. Where did you go? Zanes, where did you go?
Places.
What places?
Scary places.
Are you somewhere around the house? Are you inside?
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
not inside
walking
the
around
bedroom?
the house.
You need to get inside of the bedroom. The bedroom's the safe place.
How you know?
Because in FNAF 4, you are literally spawned inside the bedroom or stuck in there. Because, well, like
I'm
that's
in the
the main
living room.
area you're supposed to defend. Because in the FNAF 2 thing, Toy Freddy ran up to us and killed us. That's because, and it probably it's going to be the same thing here. Someone check the closet, okay? No one's in the closet. That's good. Wait, two. Okay, nothing. Guys, we're all gonna die. Dad, do you see any nightmares?
No, I see a bunch of boxes in this room. It's a big fucking house.
I know, right? The Afton house is ginormous. There is not a single Freddle there, bud. There's not a Freddle there. Do you see a Freddle?
Nope.
Break the bed with your flashlight. Okay, that hurts my eyes.
Ah, what's up, guys?
Where are you? Wait, do you see a Nightmare animatronic?
No,
Animatronic?
no.
Oh wait, you're here. I see you. Hi,
Yeah.
Thorzane. Hi, I'm in your face now. Please stay in here. I don't want someone to die this early in the nights. I'm gonna watch the time. Oh, it's 1 a.m. That's good. That is totally good. It's not like we're all gonna die sooner or later. Nightmarian, I'm always watching. If we just keep the light keep the light on the bed. Bud, keep the light on the bed.
You can only use
Power
one light at a
doesn't-
time, by the way.
Oh. Ooh, a giant room. I wanna. I'm scared. I don't like this. I don't like this game. Okay, let's close that. I hear so many lights. I don't like it. No. Damn, we have to wait till 6. We can go inside our bed.
Oh.
Ah! Freddles! Keep the light on the Freddle! Kill it! Burn it!
Good.
Burn it the light! The Freddle could have spawned its father and it would have killed us. I'm just dancing, I'm just dancing, I'm just dancing. I'm just dancing, I'm just dancing, I'm just dancing, I'm just dancing, I'm just
Oh,
dancing.
someone found something.
It's a Freddle! Kill it! Thank you. Whoever you are, thank you. Good person. Everyone used to rely on it. Okay, it's safe. Oh, the grandfather clock is so creepy.
Is it?
It's scary. I don't like it. I'm gonna close the door on you.
Oh shit! Let me in. There's someone in the hallway. God damn it! Let me in.
Oh, I see Freddle. Another Freddle. Did you die?
No, I was scaring off Chica. People kept closing the fucking door.
I think I might have been one.
Yeah,
Wait, which story were you in?
I was on the right door.
Oh, I was on the left. I feel like we're all gonna die. Someone in here? Hello?
Oh, Fred's on the bed. Fred's on the bed.
Riddle! Turn on the light! Closet? Okay, the closet seems good. I'm watching the bed for that little boy.
Yeah, you just keep watching the bed for Fred. Everyone just sees a man post just flick on their light.
Someone died.
No, they didn't.
Someone died. Wait, someone get the closet. Someone get the closet. I forgot about the closet. The closet has animatronics. Oh, dang it, that creepy noise.
Everyone died.
Hey, look, we survived.
So everyone died.
Hey. Yeah. Oh, I think that's... Wait, I didn't die.
It's because we didn't shine a light on someone.
But I never got a jump scare.
It doesn't matter if, like, well, I guess on this one we just missed animatronic.
Well, FNAF 4 is still being worked on, I think. Okay,
Yeah,
so we
okay.
joining a lobby, or are we staying inside of this lobby?
Stay in this one.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is actually a good lobby. I want to see if we can get 5. Oh, warning. This game controls loud noises, flashy lights, and jump scares.
It does.
They're
Good
not
job
really
reading,
scary.
man.
Warning, this game controls flashy...
It's just
Hey.
being you. Alright, let's get another one.
Okay. I want to see how far it goes. Basement hunt? No. Red Dead's Revenge? Push marks. Let's do FNAF 3. That's new to me. Let's select FNAF 3. Okay, let's do FNAF 3. That's new to me. What's happening?
I don't know.
Can you ready up, please? Wait. Okay, there.
It's just me and you, buddy.
Oh. I'm gonna see if I can get the watch. So I can always see the time if I'm exploring around. I feel like it's a good thing. Oh god, it's phone guy. Oh wait, this is a different phone guy because the other phone guy died. Please someone break the phone. Someone snap the damn phone in half. My 1:12 a.m. Night guard. Skip cutscene.
USA.
What did they do to
2023.
Mangle?
30 years.
You said
after
skip
Freddy
cutscene, right?
Fazbear's Pizza closed its
Oh,
doors.
you can
The
actually.
current
Yeah, I
owners
said
decided to
skip
cash
cutscene
in
right
on
when
the franchise's
before they
reputation
started.
by creating a horror attraction themed after the restaurant.
Yeah, because its name is
Fazbear's
Fazbear's
Fright.
Fright.
A replica
Oh,
of the old
said it.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, meant to revive
Soon as I
the
burnt down.
decades-old urban legends that surrounded the establishment.
Why is there a wire inside of the fan?
You are
How is
not
the
only
wire
working
clicking through the
to
fan?
make sure everything is fine,
Hey,
as a
look, we're seeing
security guard,
Foxy.
but also part of the
Hi,
attraction.
bud. Hi, Foxy. Are we going inside?
However,
We're going
the
inside the
attraction
snout.
is lacking any actual functioning animatronics.
Let's go.
That is,
Thor Zanes, let's
until
go.
your last week working.
Thor
here.
Zanes. Thor Zanes.
Won't let me move.
There. This is this way. Hello. Oh wait, what was that? What did I just play? Hi.
You use comms, so you use comms.
Hams. What's comms?
I don't know.
What was that?
Me pressing the play
Hello.
audio.
It's a child. Where's the child? Ooh, button. Oh, it's just an outlet. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go explore the place.
Well, dude, I'm checking cameras.
Just know, the only you know that green bunny that you'll see. That's the only one you have to worry about. All the other ones are phantoms. They can't kill you. They're just gonna distract you. If you see me on the cam and play that sound, I am going to die, and I'm not gonna like that. SB, where are you, SB? SB? Spring Bonnie? I'm scared. I'm going. I don't like it. It's what was that noise?
He's still in the vent.
Please stop. I don't like it. It's making me jump. I'm gonna hide in this corner until I'm needed. I'm gonna hide in this corner and cry, hoping that I live to see another day. I'm inside a vent. I'm scared. I don't like you guys. Dad, stop doing the vent thing. We'll have to use the oxygen. Oxygen exists. If you close a vent thing for too long, which is giving us fresh oxygen, then we'll pass out and lose the game.
They're not all closed. You can only close one at a time.
Well, just know if you only close our office when if the SB comes. It's already 3 a.m. and we haven't seen him once. Play the sound as fast as possible. Not
There's noise in Camp 4.
Is Camp 4 near us?
Negative.
I recognize that sound. It's over. That's the FNAF 1 sound.
Generator malfunction.
You going to go fix it?
No, I'm watching the cams. You go fix it.
I have no clue where to go. I've never looked around the FNAF 3 map, and I don't want to run into him and die. Also, it's probably fine.
I doubt that.
If we die, it's 4 a.m. One more minute, then we win.
I'm fixing the generator right now.
Coming back, because we're gonna win. It's 5 a.m. It's about to turn 6. I think we're gonna win. Turn 6 already. We win. GG's. We win. 6 a.m. We haven't seen a single animatronic though.
I did.
Where? Did you see SB? I'm gonna go leave the building. I'm exiting. Did we win?
I guess.
We won! Alive! How much are we getting paid?
Fucking shit.
$0?
Yeah, fuck you, man.
I spent my $20 on the stupid watch for Five Nights at Freddy's 2 that I didn't get to keep.
You can have it in Five Nights at Freddy's too.
You can buy stuff if you have enough money that you get. There's a little stand guy that you'll see. You can buy stuff from him. He gives you little power-ups. I bought a watch so I can always see the time, even if I'm not there. Do you want to do a FNAF 1 game?
Oh, I don't care, dude. I'm kind of hungry, honestly. I think I'm gonna make something to eat.
Okay. I'm going to take a break. We can rejoin after we finish eating if you want to. Because I'm actually going to take a break. Rejoin if you're done eating and if you want to play another. I'm creating my own lobby because you said it would be fun if just the two of us.
Well, aren't we already in our own lobby?
Oh yeah. Oh wait, let me go create lobby. Start. Oh wait.
You're
Wait,
in a lobby.
is this? Oh wait, we're already in our own lobby.
Yes.
Ready? What are we doing?
I don't know. We're fixing 10 generators. Did you fix that one?
Did you die? Ready
Alright,
for another?
I had to leave the game.
Yeah, I'm leaving too. Let's.
It ran on a loop of it just screaming in my ear. I'm like, alright, I gotta go.
Yeah, so we're not doing Fredbear's Revenge. Fredbear's Revenge is just no.
Alright, which one are we joining?
Come on.
Are you in your own or what?
Mine. We're doing mine because you said the two of us. I'm creating a server. Okay, join. What's weird eyes at the back of us that I saw? Behind us. Oh, no. Warning, this. Oh, I think it already did. We're good. If you see animatronic, close the door. If you hear running, close both doors.
Right.
Use the lights to see if animatronics there. Cameras, don't. You can use them if you want to know where animatronics are, but just know, don't want to use them too much because they waste too much power.
Alright.
Night 1. 12 a.m. Night guard.
USA, 1993. After a long financial struggle, you finally found a summer job. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, looking for night guards to keep the place in order during closing time.
Do you see that on Freddy's head? How it's gray?
However, you
Is that
soon
mine?
realize the company is not only in crippling debt, but also behind a terrible
Can you hear me?
tragedy.
I can.
Some
Do you
people
see
say
how
the
Freddy's head has that
animatronic
weird
characters
gray
carry
spot,
the
or is that just me?
souls of the children who died there.
I didn't see a gray spot.
Desperate for money, you chose
It's just
to
me then.
ignore these facts and made your way to to the location for your first night.
Alright, we playing now?
Yep, let's go. I just had to purchase some things from that guy.
Alright.
We're going to the office or not? To get this phone guy to stop? Down these two halls. In here. Hey, look, I got us 101%. We're going to lose too much power. Okay, let's stop him. Let's end him. He's annoying.
The camera doesn't use power now, does it?
It does. The camera uses a lot of power. That's why I got the power boost to get 101. That's because the camera uses a lot of power.
Gotcha.
Oh, but I want the kitchen key.
Oh no, it won't let me grab it either.
Yeah, we have to be a janitor. Okay.
I guess I could just look at the electronics. It's just the 3 dancing, right? That's it?
No, Foxy. He'll go dum 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 dum. Close the door on the side I'm looking at, and then yeah, he'll go.
Is there any
scratch,
vents too?
scratch.
Or is it just these 2 doors?
It's just these two doors.
Well, here, you look out the right. I'll look out the right door. You look out the left door.
I'm not. You can't look out the left door. The left door's sound. Left door's sound.
Just walk out of it and look. See, I'll keep the eye on this door. You keep the eye on the other door. And if they're coming, run back inside and lock it up.
Wait.
Does that make sense, or am I speaking nonsense?
It makes sense. Bonnie will run at you if he directly sees you. That's why I don't really want to do that.
Well,
Because Bonnie directly sees you, he runs at you. And the dum dum dum, I'm gonna have to get in, close the door as fast as possible.
yeah, that's the whole point. Agreed.
You have to watch over Freddy and Chica. That's your side. Foxy and Bonnie are my side. Bonnie and Foxy are harder.
Hey,
When
you know
glimpse with Bonnie, he runs after you. Foxy runs to the
what?
office.
You did. Oh, can you do me a favor? Since I'm playing with Dante currently, can you check on that pizza? I think it might be done.
I'm not sure about this.
I also have a
I hear a dum dum dum. I hear a dum dum dum. I closed the door. I heard a dum dum dum.
Gotcha. Good job.
I hear dum dum dum. So my door's staying closed until I hear
It was
scratch
some
and go
green
away.
verde sauce. Me and Dante's quesadilla.
Wait, Dad, come inside of the office. I want to show you something. Press the use light button. You can see from inside the office. It's
Right.
more useful. Because you could also look back there.
Yeah, but it burns
if you
your
had-
energy, and you can't keep your door closed because that burns your energy.
I heard the dum dum dum, and I was
That's fine.
waiting. Oh, I don't like the dum dum dum.
Oh, one of them's on the move. It was one on the far right.
Was it chicken?
I don't know. Whoever was on the far right of the platform, it's on the move. Yeah, it's chicken. It's mine.
I heard a dum 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 too. I keep on hearing dum dum dums. That literally is a signal for running to the office. So whenever you hear a dum dum dum, you wait until the scratching ends or a couple minutes or seconds.
Alright, Chica's moving around.
Use the cameras if you need to.
Oh, dum dum dum. Just close your door. Close your door.
I've had it closed the whole time because he's just dum dum dumbing as fast as possible. Because that's his signal. Dum dum. If he dum dum dums like multiple times, you want to keep that door closed. If he just keeps on doing it.
Use the light. He's gone. Should be able to open it now.
Wait, the dum-dum-dum is his signal. The running is his signal for coming. The dum-dum-dum is saying that he's moving.
Well.
Wait,
I don't
he
see
hasn't
shit.
moved an inch.
He might have went back to his spot.
If I hear a dum-dum-dum, I'm gonna freak out.
Says so.
Bonnie moved. Bonnie moved. Bonnie moved. Bonnie's coming. Bonnie's coming. Bonnie's coming. I saw him walking towards us. I saw him
that was
walking
for me.
towards us.
Yeah, I was gonna share with him. Thank you, baby.
Chica, Chica, Chica. The chicken's coming. And Bonnie's coming. Dang it, they're gonna use up our power. I saw him coming. He's behind.
They already left. Use the lights to see if they're still there. Not there.
Still there.
Oh, Chica's still there. Not here
Close the
yet.
door, because they can attack right there.
No,
They
she's
can
not
attack
moving yet. I'm
instantly.
waiting for her.
I know Bonnie's still there. He's behind the thing.
Yeah, Chica's not. Come on, Chica, you coming or not?
Bonnie camps. We have enough time. We can survive. We're at 50. It's 4 a.m. We can survive. As soon as I turn 6, let the animatronics go back to their stage first. I'm waiting on you. If she disappears, just close the door because she's going to be behind. Bonnie's spawn camping that area. He just keeps on hiding back there because I think he has no cooldown. He just stayed there the whole
Chica's
game.
coming. Chica's coming.
Okay. Oh God. Yeah. So as soon as they come, they're going to camp right there till the door opens. Oh, that's not a good sound. Freddy's might be moving.
Do we have enough time?
Freddy's still there. Freddy's still
We're
there.
burning through power pretty quick.
I think we're gonna die. 1 second, let me check, Bonnie. I'm gonna check on the cameras because I can't see behind the office. Wait.
All right, Bonnie's
Where's
backed
Bonnie?
up. Bonnie backed up. She's right by the door. But she's backed up. She's just chilling. All right, I'm gonna look at this door real quick.
This
Oh my
isn't
God,
good.
Chica's
We're
right
gonna-
there. Fuck you, Chica. Fuck you, Chica. All right,
Fuck the bird.
turn off the light. Turn off the light. It's not doing nothing.
Bonnie, tell me when Bonnie's coming.
Bonnie's still there. Not moving.
It's 5 a.m.
We're almost there. All right, Bonnie walked off. She walked away. She's
She
gone.
walked away? Wait, no.
Yeah.
Check the back.
Chica's also gone. Leave both doors open.
No, I'm checking the back. Check the back. I'm checking the back of my cam. Bonnie, wait. Is Bonnie good? Okay, they're both inside the main area. Okay, get back inside. Oh, it's 12. We're using up some sort of power. Oh my God! It's those lights in the fan. We can't turn them off. Dang it! We're always wasting power. It was
We're good.
it's 5 a.m.
Don't use the light. I can see out. Look out your door.
There's no that. Bonnie's coming. Bonnie coming.
Chica's still good.
My power. I bought that extra power for a reason.
Oh,
We
made it.
won!
Good job.
Open the door. Bonnie's going back. We can escape. They're walking back to stage. You see, they're walking back to the stage. Let's go to the exit. Let's go. You see, they're walking back to their stage and performing again. You see that?
Mhm.
Let's exit this place. This was a hard night. The birds are chirping. That's it. Oh wait, why is it Pierre White? It's Pierre White. Oh my God, why did you go inside of me?
Weird.
Was that fun?
Do you want some pizza? It was alright. Do you want some pizza?
Nothing. Wait, we got $7 for risking our life and almost dying like 400 times. We only got $7.
What was that, baby?
We got $7.
Gotcha, he's in my headset. I see that, buddy.
Dad.
Do you want pizza?
Dad, we got $7 for risking
Are you
our
not,
lives.
like, hearing me? Pizza, would you like some?
Oh, yes. Yes, I would like some pizza. Also, Dad, we risk our lives for $7.
I heard the first, like, 12 times.
Okay, but yes, I would like some pizza.
Come get some.
Okay.
is held over and over again with dreams of a VBA, or Very Big Accelerator. That name was coined by Leon Lederman, then the director of Fermilab and the leader of the team that had discovered the bottom quark. Generally considered to be the godfather of this hypothetical new accelerator, he would become the project's biggest cheerleader in the years to come. But concrete plans wouldn't materialize until 1982 at a conference in Snowmass, Colorado. Lederman again led the charge, calling for a new gargantuan American collider that would be able to support energies as high as 40 TeV with a loop diameter of 30 kilometers or higher. This was an absurdly high energy and a massive footprint to go along with it, and thus would require an enormous location to build it in, something flat and empty. The hypothetical machine was therefore nicknamed the Desertron. A year later, in 1983, CERN announced the discovery of the W and Z bosons. There were no buts about it, Europe had taken the lead in the boson race. With the pressure mounting even further, a government-sponsored panel was organized and the American project got its official name, the SSC, or the Superconducting Super Collider. A machine so grand and ostentatious, its name included the word super twice. Rough estimates pegged the cost of such a machine at somewhere between 4 to 8 billion in 2021 US dollars. Now look, I get that 1 billion is a big number. So big that it's basically meaningless without a reference frame. So I've assembled a few comparisons. The taller the height, the more expensive it is. We have the most expensive skyscraper ever built at 4 billion, the most expensive stadium ever built at 5.5 billion, and also the most expensive bridge at 7.5 billion. For a little mobile flavor, the most expensive plane is the B-2 stealth bomber at 2.43 billion, and the most expensive ship ever built was the USS Gerald R. Ford at 13 billion. For some scientific comparisons, we have the Mars rover at a humble 2.7 billion,
Click your screen when you get back on Roblox because I'm not done eating. So because after 20 minutes, it's almost 20.
I got you. Cool.
the Human Genome Project at 5 billion, GPS satellites at 12 billion, and the Hubble telescope in at a hefty 13.5 billion. What about one of the largest American engineering projects of the 20th century, the Panama Canal? 19.7 billion. So overall, I don't think we're doing too bad considering this thing may or may not unlock the secrets of the universe. But still, there was only one way they were going to pay for a machine that expensive: the American taxpayer. And to be clear, each of America's previous 4 colliders were paid for the same way, but each of these had a comparatively baby budget of a few $100 million. Look at them, little baby machines. Don't get me wrong, it's nothing to scoff at, that's a lot of money. But when it comes to taxpayer-funded projects, there is a big difference in a price tag that starts with an M versus a price tag that starts with a B. Not only that, these 4 colliders were built during a period of American history that was far more sympathetic to the whims of physicists. How do I put this? Ever since they dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, the United States had supplanted itself ahead of Europe to become one of 2 global superpowers. And again, partially thanks to that very same atom bomb, America took the lead in another area: nuclear physics. Since World War II, nuclear and particle physicists have enjoyed a certain amount of privilege not afforded to other subfields in physics. With the successful completion of the Manhattan Project, which, by the way, clocked in at around 30 billion in today's money, it seemed only logical to create an organization that would manage any future research into nuclear weapons. I mean nuclear energy. That led to the creation of the Atomic Energy Commission, or AEC. It was a confidential agency that had the luxury of operating largely out of the public eye, only having to answer to the Congressional Committee on Atomic Energy at meetings that were always held behind closed doors. For the most part, nuclear physicists were given a blank check to build powerful nuclear reactors and colliders on the pretense that their research was advancing national security. And particle physicists fell into 2 camps over this. On the one hand, you had the warhawks, people like Edward Teller and Harold Agnew, who actively championed the defense applications of nuclear research and were more than happy to enjoy the money they were being showered with. And on the other hand, you had the physicists who didn't much care for the war and weapons of mass destruction things, but they were happy to look the other way if it meant getting funding for their real passions. It's how the sausage got made, and no one was going to bite the hand that fed them. But this age of scientific free reign was about to change. The anti-war and anti-nuclear movement of the 60s led to harsh criticism of the AEC. It neglected radiation protections, reactor safety, and had a laissez-faire attitude when it came to environmental pollution. Congress was so fed up with the lack of oversight that they voted to abolish the AEC in 1974. The 1970s as a whole were a time of dramatic upheaval for America. It had been rocked by the Watergate.
What brings you here?
Now we have to go back up to the track.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay.
I'm just meeting me and everybody to get back. Running.
Yeah, I need to use thruster too. not to go anywhere. Barcelona, what's up? You don't want a fountain drink? Oh shit. You can officially set Dante now. Do 7-Eleven. Just do like with cash and just tell them to fix them up. Why are you looking at me that way? You send him 7-Eleven. Go get Dante. Are you confused? Do you not see me? You can send the tiny human to go give him monkeys. He goes to the store and get you drink. Does that make sense? What changed? Why do you think you can send him? Because I have cash. You can give him money and he can go to the store. This isn't rocket science. He could literally go to the store. So can you. Yeah. Just said Dante. I didn't ask Dante. Otherwise, we're not buying alcohol. I asked you. Gotcha. Oh, I can delegate. That's right. Hey, Dante! No, you are not. I'll go do it. Fuck. I'll go do it. Because anytime I ask you to do anything for me, the answer is to make someone else do it. She got upset. Well, Dante, please walk away. Don't worry about it, buddy. Anytime lately that I ask you to do anything for me, it's either I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, fucking go to work. Jesus Christ.
You hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm ready for you to join.
Gotcha. I'm joining. Oh wait, I gotta turn up its volume again. Are you creating your own lobby?
Oh, I'm creating a lobby now. A second. Create server. Okay, ready for you to join.
All right, give me a second, kiddo. What's your name again? God is dead or something? Don't name God. All right, gotcha. And we also got a chimp. I got you. You're there.
God.
You're there.
Don't name God with no spaces. That's my username.
No, I'm already in there.
You already
buddy.
joined. Let's go. Ready for server. Okay. Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Night 2. Because we already done night 1. So, was night 1 good? Did you like night 1? Chimp is ready. Okay, let's go. Dad, did you like night 1? Now we have to worry about Freddy and Foxy, dang it. Oh, the game literally just started on night 2. Do ba do 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 do. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. No.
Roblox edition. Because it's not cooperative.
Dad, is he coming? Dad, is he coming?
I tried closing the door and I accidentally opened it because you closed it too. Fuck! I'm sorry.
We reacted like, oh god!
Yeah, we both just kept pressing the button instead of just one person pressing the button.
It was like, he's coming! Close the damn door! I'm gonna exit the set, okay?
No, just let it go back to the lobby. Just do it again.
But we have to wait for the other guy.
He just did.
What you did?
Said Chip is cursed.
Wait, Chip.
His name is Chip.
Oh,
Like the monkey.
this So how was your experience of getting... Did that scare you and you just heard running coming out of nowhere?
No, I saw him just fucking sprinting at me. I was like, oh god! That's why I ran inside, tried to close the door, but you were also doing the same shit.
Every time I hear running, I already know how it looks. Or seeing Markiplier just have
Did you watch Markiplier's Five Nights at Freddy's?
Actually, no. Just I've seen people deal with Foxy coming out of nowhere. Also, do you know what he said in Ultimate Custom Mine when he gets you?
What I said.
I came for your routine treasure customers. That's what he says in Ultimate Custom Mine, right?
Gotcha. So, yeah.
Jump. Ready and fall.
Hey Dante, I'm not gonna play Roblox for give me like an hour. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this dungeon.
Okay. I'm actually gonna plan to play some more some other.
Yeah, it was fun. I'll play with you again.
Fuck that fox. Nope. Hit it on my lawn. That fucking sucks. Ass.
Gate scandal, and America's dominance in the automobile and electronics industries was waning, with Europe and Japan taking over. This, combined with unrest in the Middle East, had led to a global oil crisis, rampant inflation, and a massive recession. In response to this, President Jimmy Carter created a new department in 1977, the Department of Energy, or for short, the DOE. The DOE was organized to manage and fund research into a variety of programs, such as solar power, renewables, and synthetic fuels. Additionally, all nuclear responsibilities, peaceful or otherwise, were absorbed into the newly created department. No longer would their funding be automatically rubber-stamped. The DOE would be subject to the whims of Congress and the Public Subcommittee on Energy and Water Projects. The age of nuclear physicists always getting what they wanted was over. They'd have to compete for funding like every other subfield. So, as a first tentative step, the DOE approved a meager, I say meager in quotes here, $52 million to begin R&D in 1984. But if the SSC was going to turn that M into a B, they had to get some key people in Washington on board. They had to make a deal with the devil. The SSC only got off the ground due to an alliance of convenience. There had never before been a scientific project of this scope, both in the physical size and financial cost. Unlike previous American accelerators funded by the US government, this one was going to be the first to cross the $1 billion threshold. In fact, it was projected to cross it a dozen times, and as a consequence, it was not going to be able to be quietly funded without significant public scrutiny. In particular, it needed the stamp of approval of one very specific person. There are two Ronald Reagan quotes often associated with the SSC, both of which came following a cabinet meeting on January 29th of 1987. At the end, when Reagan finally gave his approval for the project, he was told that his decision would make a lot of physicists ecstatic. His reply was, "That's probably fair, because I made 2 physics teachers in high school very miserable." But the other quote gives a little more insight into Reagan's thought process. Following a presentation on the merits of funding the project, he reportedly pulled out an index card from his jacket pocket and went on to recite a poem by Jack London. "I would rather be ashes than dust." This continued on for about a minute. In a moment that is very on brand for late-stage Reagan, those in the room with him were unclear on what he was trying to say. Reagan would clarify with a different quote, which he pulled from his days spent as a football announcer. He was telling physicists to throw deep. It was time for a Hail Mary. It may be surprising to you that Ronald Reagan, of all people, would be so enthusiastic about a multi-billion-dollar project that is incredibly abstract and with almost no short-term economic or strategic benefits. But I think the line "throw deep" perfectly encapsulates Ronald Reagan's distinct brand of Cold War posturing. It took nearly 6 years of delicate political maneuvering by physicists and bureaucrats alike to get Reagan to throw deep with the SSC and the Department of Energy. It was like playing political whack-a-mole. Every time physicists would gain one ally in Washington, they'd either retire or get promoted, only to be replaced by someone who wasn't that much of a fan of the project. But eventually, they'd manage to sway several key members around the big man himself. First was George Keyworth, a nuclear physicist serving as Reagan's first science advisor. Eventually, he was joined by Alvin Trivelpiece, the director of energy research at the DOE. He did a lot of the legwork to eventually get the support of John Harrington, Secretary of Energy. And Harrington was finally high enough up the bureaucratic food chain to arrange that fateful cabinet meeting where Trivelpiece gave the pitch that ultimately swayed Reagan. All of this is especially remarkable, given that when Reagan first took office in 1981, one of his first acts was to try and shut the DOE down. During his presidential campaign, Reagan had actively made promises to do just that. The department was the exact kind of red tape, big government overreach he villainized through his politics. As soon as he took office, Reagan slashed programs left and right and began to dismantle the department. He cut all funding to the renewable energy and synthetic fuel programs, and in a particularly spiteful and petty act, he removed the solar panels Carter had installed on the White House roof. You can see just how little Reagan cared about the department by looking at who he chose to run it. Throughout Reagan's 8 years in office, he would appoint 3 secretaries of energy, each of whom was uniquely unqualified. His first pick was a dentist turned politician. His next choice, Donald Hodel, was closer, as an ex-power grid administrator. And yet, he's most remembered for his proposed solution to the hole in the ozone layer, which was not to try and fix it, but rather suggesting that everyone just wear hats and sunscreen. His final secretary was John Harrington, a California real estate developer. Perfect. Now, hindsight has painted Reagan as anti-science, but I think this is a misconception. Reagan could be pro-science. After some small cuts in his first year in office, there was an immediate reversal. Funding for federal research and development grew by a whopping 50%. But of course, this came with a big, fat asterisk. Reagan was funding a very specific kind of science. As you might be aware, the Department of Energy is still around today. Reagan never went through with completely gutting it. And it's likely because once he took office, he realized the department's true purpose. The DOE handles the country's nukes. So of course, under Reagan, while almost everything in the DOE was cut, the nuclear energy and nuclear weapons programs received massive increases. But let's visualize this another way. See those mountains back there? Well, they aren't actually mountains. They're the annual United States military budget. Now obviously this is on a different vertical scale than our collider here. If I put them on the same scale, everything would be so squashed as to be useless. It's mostly for the aesthetic, but also to give you a sense of the evolving priorities of the US government. The Reagan bump, or Mount Gipper as I like to call it, is staggering when compared to the administrations that came immediately before and after it. Reagan oversaw the largest peacetime buildup in US military history. Reagan was intent on winning the Cold War, and his strategy was to outspend the Soviets in every area they could. And while most of this new funding was going towards personnel and equipment, an ever-increasing amount of it was going towards a new generation of high-tech weapon systems. Before Reagan, if you broke down all R&D funding in terms of civilian and military comes in at just 47%. Under Reagan, those digits just straight up swapped up to a whopping 74%. 3/4 of all R&D funding was now being used exclusively for military purposes. Take it from Reagan's science advisor, George Keyworth. Those areas that are most exciting and those most necessary to the economy or national defense should be supported at a higher level than areas that are dormant. Thankfully, for particle physicists, there was an upside. One of the exciting areas Keyworth was referring to was the search for the W and Z bosons over in Europe. Despite Reagan's priorities being defense, he was also a firm believer that the government had the responsibility to fund basic research. That meant low-level physics and chemistry. Recognizing that even though there was no short-term applications, many years down the line the research would prove to be essential. For that reason, and also the influence of Alvin Trivelpiece, funding for energy research rose by 80% under Reagan. If a few Americans could win some Nobel Prizes, hey, that'd be a nice bonus. Other fields of science were not so lucky, and they began to resent nuclear physics as the teacher's pet of the US government. Less flashy areas such as condensed matter physics, renewable energy, medicine saw their budgets stagnate due to inflation, or in the worst cases, receive deep cuts. In the eyes of the Reagan admin, they were too application heavy. Those areas should be the responsibility of private industry, the invisible hand of the glorious free market. And of course, you can't discuss Reagan underfunding science without addressing his callous indifference to the AIDS crisis, which led to millions of unnecessary deaths. After years of protests and criticism from gay rights activists and epidemiologists, Reagan would reluctantly appoint a commission to deal with the AIDS crisis in 1987. Of course, in a very Reagan move, he selected Admiral James D. Watkins to be in charge of the committee. Once top dog of the Navy, his appointment was widely criticized, and questioned even by Watkins himself. He was, after all, a devout Catholic who supported the military's ban on gay service members. Despite what you might expect, Watkins took his job seriously, advocating for $50 million in funding for research, improved sexual health education, and he criticized religious bigots who considered the disease an act of God. In his commission report, he would go on to request anti-discrimination laws for those suffering from AIDS. The commission report passed by a slim vote of 7-6. Reagan would go on to ignore most of the suggestions made by Watkins. Although he didn't say so publicly, behind the scenes Watkins was said to have been angered and depressed. But there is only one thing that Reagan loved more than the amount that he hated the gays: space. Throughout the 80s, NASA's budget was either stagnant or marginally declining. But in actuality, Reagan was pumping plenty of money into space tech. It was just going to a different department, the Department of Defense. See, NASA is explicitly for non-military space applications. Military space funding simply falls under the classified umbrella of the Air Force, and its space division far outpaced the budget of NASA. When it came to space projects, Reagan had a knack for betting on overambitious ideas that hemorrhaged money and never saw the light of day. For example, during Reagan's 1984 State of the Union address, where he said the words free and freedom 25 times, he announced that he was directing NASA to build the ludicrously named Space Station Freedom. This bloated project was intended to be a peaceful, civilian-based orbiting research lab until the Department of Defense began encroaching, demanding that it could, at any point, carry out national security work on the station unvetted and without the permission of any other nation sharing the station. Indeed, any partner nations would not be allowed to, and I quote here, displace either the reality or symbol of US leadership. Would it surprise you that other nations were reluctant to join on to the project? Ultimately, the bloated plan was never able to get off the ground. It underwent nearly 7 redesigns and scalebacks before ultimately being scrapped in 1993. Another of these pipe dreams was the so-called Orient Express spaceplane, a hypersonic plane that could take off and land at regular airports, but which could also deliver satellites into space. After spending around $3 billion, the project was canned in 1994, and the technology was considered unworkable. But of all of Reagan's failed Cold War babies, the most ridiculous of all of these was an outer space, laser-based missile defense system that was nicknamed Star Wars. It never saw the light of day because it relied on a magical X-ray laser technology that hadn't been invented yet. It still hasn't been invented yet. The missile defense system was pure science fiction, but Reagan was so enamored with the idea that his obsession killed the 1986 nuclear disarmament talks with Gorbachev. Ronnie loved his sci-fi space lasers so much that he walked away from what could have been the effective end of the Cold War. Throughout its life cycle, Star Wars wasted nearly $60 billion over 10 years before being scrapped completely. But, to hear it from Reagan's top generals, these colossal wastes of money weren't entirely wastes of time. See, these lofty science fiction projects may have been unattainable in hindsight, but so long as the USSR thought they were even remotely possible, the Soviets would continue to sink billions of dollars they didn't have into trying to keep pace with the Americans, hopefully one day bankrupting them. And, to a certain extent, money troubles did lead to the collapse of the Soviet Union. But on the other hand, this relentless defense buildup led to a massive deficit that would follow the US into the next 2 administrations. So, with all this context, it should be obvious now why Reagan was so eager to support the SSC. George Keyworth knew that Reagan had a personal investment in projects that appeared imaginative and ambitious, and thus worked hard to pitch the SSC in the same light as projects like Star Wars. But whereas those projects helped to probe the frontier of outer space, the SSC would probe the opposite end of the spectrum, inner space. And when I use the term frontier, that's not me clumsily adding subtext. It was the specific language used by many physicists to help sell the SSC as a way to reassert American dominance. To give you a sense of how the government viewed the SSC, Secretary Harrington stated that the SSC would be the high-energy physics equivalent of putting a man on the moon. And in a lot of ways, the SSC truly was like putting a man on the moon. For one, the US did not win the space race. Let's get that out of the way. They were beaten by the Soviet Union to every conceivable milestone. It was only by choosing a grand and ostentatious goal with a high chance of failure that the US was able to move the goalposts and reshape the narrative that they won the space race. This was an approach typical of US government-funded science. Bold, big advancements where they would leapfrog over the competition. And whereas they competed with the Soviet Union when it came to space, their rival in the realm of particle physics was Western Europe. American projects aimed for the stars, designing riskier, bigger machines that were miles ahead of the slower, less ambitious, and meticulously engineered European counterparts. Europe's accelerators were far more likely to work on their first attempt, but that slower process meant that throughout the 60s and 70s, the US had beat them to many important breakthroughs. The SSC was very much following in this template, a bold leap forward in terms of both max energy and size. But it was also very risky. Years of R&D would be required for magnets, a massive empty location with stable geology that could handle years of tunneling. It was a massive gamble, but it was the kind of gamble that Reagan loved to make. In 1987, in a last-ditch effort, the director of CERN, Herwig Schopper, testified in front of Congress and argued that the US should abandon the SSC and join up with Europe. They were in the early stages of construction on their newest collider, the LEP. He argued that there was significant overlap between the two machines. Even better, they were specifically making the tunnels large enough so that if they wanted to upgrade 10 years down the line, then they could, easily. But, despite this open invitation, or maybe even because of it, the Reagan admin barreled forward. America would regain its dominance in particle physics with or without the Europeans. So with Reagan's endorsement, R&D funding could shift into high gear. Now, there were concerns within the academic community that marketing the machine as a symbol of American supremacy could deter other countries from participating in the construction. However, most seemed to understand the reality that this was the price they had to pay to get Reagan on board. This will absolutely not come back to haunt the project in any way, shape, or form. At all. Meet Maury Tigner. Maury has been toiling away in the background of the story for a while now. When the DOE approved an initial research phase for the SSC in 1984, Maury was picked to lead the planning team out of Berkeley, California. He was widely viewed among the community as one of the brightest minds in accelerator design, having been responsible for Cornell's accelerator. The DOE was impressed with Tigner's efficiency and thoroughness, and also by how he inspired loyalty in his team. He worked hard, and his team respected him. And in a field with so many conflicted voices, the DOE viewed him as the only suitable candidate to become the full-time leader of the R&D. With the plan laid out, the DOE allocated a few dozen million in funding, a small enough amount that Congress didn't have to be consulted. Like I mentioned previously, accelerators are really just three components: a tunnel system, thousands of ultra-strong magnets, and a series of detectors. The detectors, thankfully, could come much later in the project's life. The key criteria that needed to be figured out were A, how big is the tunnel loop going to be, and B, how are they going to make the magnets? Collider performance is really a three-way compromise between the size, max energy, and magnet strength. Ideally, we'd make the loop as small as we could, because tunneling and construction is incredibly expensive. But at the same time, if we want a smaller loop, we need stronger magnets to compensate. And magnets aren't cheap either. And these weren't just any magnets. They were going to be 17-meter-long superconducting niobium titanium magnets, which meant that to maximize their performance, they would need to be held at temperatures barely above absolute zero. If they rise in temperature too much, just 4 degrees above absolute zero, the magnets quench and lose their superconductivity. This is usually followed by a rapid surge of heat that can melt components or even cause an explosion. For all these reasons, each magnet would likely cost around tens of thousands of dollars, and they'd need around 8,000 of them. So, to summarize, if you lock in max energy and you lock in magnet strength, the size of the collider is really the only variable they could increase. Somewhere in the middle of all this was the sweet spot, and Maury Tigner's team needed to find it. In early 1984, there were reports from CERN that evidence of the top quark had been found. This turned out not to be the case, but the false alarm still put pressure on the design team. CERN kept bragging that their eventual upgrade could support energies up to 18 TeV. The SSC needed to go above and beyond to justify its existence. So, for both technical and political reasons, Tigner's group decided on a colossal total energy of 40 TeV. The loop would have a diameter of 30 kilometers, nearly 3 times as big as CERN's. If predictions were correct, the SSC would absolutely find the top quark, and hopefully the Higgs boson as well. They estimated a 9-year project length, 3 for full R&D, and 6 for construction. The new estimate for the costs was updated to 7.5 to 8.3 billion. On the higher end, but certainly not outrageous. After soliciting a number of different magnet proposals that varied in shape, materials, and strength, they settled on a magnet that could operate at 6.6 Teslas, powered by nearly 12,000 amps of current. This magnet won out over a design by a group in Texas, who had a cheaper but weaker magnet. The choice ultimately came down to the size of the collider. If they went with Texas's magnet, the loop's diameter would be nearly double in size, making the whole thing prohibitively expensive. But here's where the drama comes in. The Texas group refused to accept this decision, saying that there was no way the R&D team could meet their deadlines with the other designs. Now, whether the design would have been any better, we can't really say, but they were right when they predicted that Tigner and his team wouldn't be able to meet their deadlines. The prototypes were a mess, way over budget and behind schedule by over a year. The magnets consistently quenched before achieving their target strength of 6.6 Teslas. Basically, the fields are so strong that the magnets would literally tear themselves apart if not properly constrained, generating heat that ruined the superconductivity. Solving this problem took nearly a year of work that ate up much of the R&D budget. In the years since the SSC was first conceived, its estimated cost had ballooned significantly. In 1982, the most optimistic estimates were saying around $4 billion. When R&D began in 1984, better estimates said $8 billion. Factoring in magnet delays, $10.7 billion. Now, by 1988, numbers as high as $14.1 billion were being thrown around. It had doubled in cost since the DOE first approved the project, all while the federal deficit had been growing wildly out of control. Congress was instituting tougher and tougher budget restrictions, and if they wanted construction funds, Congress was going to have to approve them. To stave off any cuts, Energy Secretary John Harrington made a vague promise that nearly 30 to 50% of the project funding would come from foreign partners. But as of yet, there had been no eager volunteers. Weird that other countries aren't so keen to sign on to a project marketed as an America First project with American leadership on American soil. I'm sure this definitely isn't an omen of things to come. So in the meantime, with no foreign partners, Congress denied funding to begin construction for 2 back-to-back years, instead only giving out $230 million for more R&D. The budget was growing, just not as much as physicists would have liked. Construction would have to wait for whoever the next president was going to be. Behind the scenes, the project had just narrowly avoided a disaster that could have stalled its momentum for years. The SSC hit its first major budget snag in spring 1988. Somehow, in a shockingly negligent oversight, the DOE had forgotten to request funding for the Location Search Task Force. During their travels across the country, the task force had racked up a bill of $19 million, which wasn't accounted for in the fiscal budget. And Tigner's boss, Wilmo Hess, who was in charge of the search committee, refused to go back to Congress and request more. Instead, he insisted that the $19 million be cut from the R&D team's $61 million, which put Maury Tigner in one of the worst positions imaginable. It was already halfway through the fiscal year, which meant that R&D had already committed funds to the magnet development, the purchasing of superconducting wire, and staff salaries. Can you guess which one the DOE wanted Tigner to cut? And when I mean cut, I actually mean lay off almost his entire staff. Tigner, as you might expect, refused to do that, since they were already behind schedule, but also because he'd be laying people off who had no jobs to go back to. Many of his employees had left comfy university positions to come work for him. Applying for funding for academic jobs is often a months-long process with no guarantee you'll be approved. If you let them go, he'd be screwing them over with no guarantee they'd even want to rejoin the project at a full year. Tensions reached their peak on a particularly nasty Friday the 13th. Wilmo Hess phoned him up and ordered him to deliver a list of names to fire that same day. Tigner reluctantly began making a list. Disaster was thankfully averted by lunch, when news came that the chairman of the Appropriations Committee had finally allowed the DOE to take the missing $19 million from elsewhere. Tigner held his ground, saved his employees, and likely a ton of momentum for the project. It was a small victory, but Tigner's refusal to give in to DOE orders had made him some enemies. When he first joined the project, he was viewed as a highly respected and competent academic. Now, he was labeled as someone who didn't follow orders, and that would have consequences in the coming months. Out of the blue, the DOE would receive an unsolicited proposal written by an Edwin Goldwasser, a high-ranking member of the R&D team. He argued in this 14-page proposal that the URA was the logical organization to manage both the construction and eventual operation of the SSC lab. Now, the URA, for context, is the Universities Research Association, a nonprofit that consists of nearly 90 universities, which operates the US's largest physics labs. Among these was Fermilab, which at the time was home to the world's largest accelerator. It seemed only natural that URA should be sole-sourced to manage the new collider. However, there was a question of ethics. Was it acceptable to award such a big contract to the first and only organization to submit a proposal? Or should the DOE wait and have a public bid to avoid accusations of corruption? And in fact, Alvin Trivelpiece actually brought up this proposal in a meeting with high-ranking DOE officials, and supposedly, one of those high-ranking officials, possibly Secretary Harrington himself, had a pen in hand ready to sign the proposal until they asked if the matter had to be resolved right this second. Trivelpiece reluctantly said no, and the proposal was tabled. It stayed this way for months. Eventually, Trivelpiece stepped down from his role in the DOE, and the project had lost its last remaining key supporter in the White House. Months later, the URA sent in a slightly revised proposal for a second time. but Trivelpiece's interim successor, James Decker, wasn't a confirmed political appointee, and thus didn't have the clout to push the proposal up the food chain. Again, poor timing prevented the project from moving forward. It wasn't until August of 1988 that the DOE officially put out a public call for proposals to manage the SSC. But the deadline was only 3 months away, way too soon for a project of this scope. Really, the only group that could meet a deadline like that was one that had already submitted a proposal. In essence, the DOE was telling the URA that yes, you can have the job, but we don't trust a bunch of egghead scientists to do it on their own. The URA was now going to have to jump through additional bureaucratic hoops to show that they are willing to play ball with the administration. First, they wanted the URA to bring in private industrial companies to assist in the construction. And secondly, they wanted them to prepare a clear chain of command for the lab. So, the URA begrudgingly complied, submitting a report that was much more in line with the billion-dollar proposals commonly found in the military-industrial complex. The modified proposal brought on Sverdrup Corp and EG&G Inc. as equal partners. The former would handle the construction of the facilities, and the latter would be responsible for admin, electronics, and scientific instruments. The physicists at URA were unhappy with having to bring on members of the military-industrial complex, but they knew this was the only way to please the Reagan admin. This would prove to be a very delicate relationship further down the line, but for the time being, it would get the ball rolling. Now, as prickly as things were with the contractors, things were about to get a lot more personal with the selection of the SSC's director. This pick would determine the person who would lead the lab through its construction and likely many years afterwards. But there was an ethical dilemma here. The URA was submitting a confidential government proposal, and what that meant is that they couldn't hold a public search for a director, as that would violate governmental regulations, jeopardizing the bid. In essence, they were worried about the science equivalent of insider trading. So the URA opted to conduct the search in secret, severing their connection to the existing R&D team headed by Maury Tigner. Dozens of names were thrown around for the proposed director. Names you might recognize were Burton Richter and Samuel Ting. Maury Tigner was another top candidate, although he was unaware of this at the time. Even Alvin Trivelpiece was considered, and it's speculated that he resigned from his position at the DOE to avoid a conflict of interest. Reportedly, the two runners-up were Leon Lederman, director of Fermilab and the SSC's godfather, and Nicholas Samios, director of Brookhaven. But the winning candidate was Roy Schwitters. Schwitters had worked under Burton Richter and had played a key role in the November Revolution, as well as being a manager on one of Fermilab's major experiments. It had given him prior experience managing hundreds of workers, which was not something that most physicists could claim. But what really locked him in as the pick were his skills as a communicator. He was polished, statesmanlike, and in the eyes of the URA, the exact kind of person who could convince Congress that the SSC deserved funding. He was the tycoon archetype, someone who could unite small and big science towards a common goal. It's also rumored that it was an editorial that Schwitters wrote in Politics Today that convinced Secretary Harrington to back the SSC. So with a director chosen, URA finally drafted up a chain of command below Schwitters to submit to the government. Directly under Schwitters, you had Maury Tigner, serving as deputy director. Helen Edwards would serve as head of the accelerator division, and Bruce Chrisman as director of laboratory administration. And finally, Sverdrup executive Robert Robbins, yes, also a real name, he would be the head of conventional construction. As the deadline drew near, the original 14-page proposal had morphed into a monstrous 3-volume, 6-inch thick proposal. As one executive put it, bureaucratically, it was gorgeous. Just in time, the proposal was submitted. And, as many expected, it was the only proposal submitted. The URA had, this entire time, been the only organization with any hope of managing the project. And after a year and a half of bureaucratic hoops, the URA was finally approved to build the SSC. And yet, the day the management contract was signed, Maury Tigner resigned. It was clear he had made up his mind months ago. Before even a single shovel could break ground, a critical member of the management chain had left. It seems there had been a growing animosity between the existing R&D group and the incoming URA management team. There had been a prevalent assumption that Maury Tigner was the obvious choice for director, at least among his loyal R&D group. Maury had been partially blindsided by the selection process, as URA had carried it out in secret to avoid a conflict of interest. In the end, Maury was passed over because he was known for being guarded and impatient with non-physicists, overly blunt at times. His technical wizardry was unrivaled, yes, and he was considered the best man to build the SSC, just not to manage it. Schwitters was much more adept at wooing the Washington bigwigs who would be necessary to keep the project alive. As a consolation, Maury was named deputy director, He and Schwitters would negotiate their respective roles. However, these discussions were unproductive and emotionally fraught, with Maury never satisfied. Schwitters soon realized there was a gap between them that couldn't be bridged. It was clear he wanted total authority on lots of detailed stuff that couldn't be guaranteed. He had a very specific list of people he demanded in key roles. So if not the deputy director, then perhaps the project manager, a role many of his peers thought would be ideal for him. It was less front-facing than the deputy job, requiring far less public relations and far more technical know-how. Well, according to Tigner himself, the DOE had indicated that I would not be acceptable as project manager. Ever since that fateful phone call, the DOE labeled him a troublemaker. And so there was only one path left for Maury, going back home to Cornell. When Tigner left the project, so did many of the loyal senior staff who worked beneath him. Thus, many of those who had spent 5 years working on the R&D side were simply gone from the project. Those that did stay were much fewer in number and peppered throughout the project in mid-level positions that gave them much less seniority than they previously had. The selection of Schwitters over Tigner, and then Tigner's eventual departure, was the first sign that big physics was changing. Gone were the days of risky, pioneering academics given free rein. Now it was the age of the corporatist, conservative physicist, beholden to bureaucracy and micromanagement. This split in attitude would prove irreparable and would lead to worse clashes down the line. Maury Tigner was the first person on this chart to leave, and he won't be the last. But for now, it was time to get to work. It was time to build a collider. While the selection of the URA and Roy Schwitters were both big news, for the country at large there was a far more interesting contest playing out. Where was the SSC going to be located? In terms of a timeline, there was a strong push to have the site selection finalized by the end of 1988. This would allow Reagan to be able to leave office in January with one last major announcement, a final accomplishment he could claim as his own after 8 years in office. And so the clock was ticking. In April of '87, the site selection contest was announced. Now, as exciting as the project was to scientists, it wasn't exactly going to appeal to the average US citizen, or more importantly, the average state politician. So instead of marketing the SSC as a science machine, the feds marketed it as a job creation machine. Specifically, one that would create 2,200 temporary construction jobs, 4,500 permanent lab jobs, as well as a guaranteed source of $660 million in yearly funding. Jobs win votes. Simple as that. And with that, the grand prize had been set, and the contest had the attention of nearly every state in the nation. After 5 months had gone by and the September deadline rolled around, the Department of Energy had received 46 proposals from nearly half of the 50 states. Of these, 7 were outright rejected for not even meeting the bare minimum requirements, including one that was pitched to be in space. Since the US doesn't own outer space, it failed to meet the very first condition. For a similar reason, another site that straddled the US-Canada border was also rejected. This was the only international submission to the site contest, and honestly it had a lot going for it. It would have crossed over between upstate New York and southern Quebec, much like how CERN straddles the French and Swiss borders. This fact alone would have mitigated concerns about the SSC being an American-centric project, and potentially could have led to broader international support. And also, the location would have benefited from massive electricity savings because of the nearby, cheap Canadian hydroelectricity. Despite all this, the proposal was thrown out by Secretary Harrington because the DOE was adamant about the site being entirely within the US. It wasn't so much that the site wasn't picked, but rather the outright rejection that would go on to sour relations with the Canadian government. But even more so, the rejection greatly distressed the congressional delegation from New York, and in particular, Republican Sherwood L. Boebert. I'm singling him out for no reason at all. A more intense second round of evaluations further narrowed the list from 36 proposals down to just 8 finalists, which were announced in December of 1987. Arizona, Colorado, Illinois, Michigan, New York, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas. And almost overnight, there were some big changes. First, there were accusations of favoritism. This is a little far-fetched considering Reagan and Harrington's home state of California hadn't made the shortlist, almost entirely because California is far too susceptible to earthquakes. A slightly more valid concern was preferential treatment for wealthier states. See, the DOE had made a big show about how cost savings weren't going to be considered in the initial rounds, as they wanted the decision to be as impartial as possible. What they feared would happen was a bidding war, where bigger states that were more wealthy would just offer state funding as an incentive, leaving smaller states at an inherent disadvantage. So for that reason, a coalition of smaller states passed a law requiring all financial incentives to be submitted in a sealed envelope and only opened after the winning site was chosen. This, of course, was a farce, because many state legislatures would make very public announcements about how they were offering over $1 billion in state funding, and the task force would just have to pretend like they hadn't heard any of it. The second big change was much worse for long-term support of the project. Marketing the SSC as a job creation machine and not a science machine had enormous short-term benefits. The site competition had been fierce, with many enthusiastic proposals vying for those tantalizing jobs. But as the majority of the states were cut from consideration, almost overnight their elected representatives pivoted from supporting the project to loudly complaining that the SSC was nothing more than a $15 billion parasite that was monopolizing the bulk of the nation's science funding. You couldn't even market the SSC as a science machine now, because now the rhetoric had shifted to how bloated the project was and how we should instead be funding several smaller scale physics projects. In hindsight, this should have been an obvious outcome. Only one state was ever going to host the machine, and therefore those oh-so-valuable jobs. Only a few days after the announcement of the finalists, New York Governor Mario Cuomo withdrew the Rochester, New York site from consideration. Apparently, there had been a strong local opposition to the project due to its relative proximity to a large city center. Now, with the sole exception of Chicago, Illinois, the remaining 7 site locations were all extremely rural, with far fewer people who would need to be displaced to build the project. Each of the remaining sites had their own advantages. Arizona, for instance, would only have to displace 4 families, compared to the hundreds of families at other sites. Tennessee and Colorado had the best geology for cheaper tunneling. Texas, Michigan, and North Carolina sites each had a good variety of industrial infrastructure nearby. But for most academics, the winner was a foregone conclusion. The contest was just a months-long dog and pony show to give the impression of political fairness. Fermilab, located in Chicago, Illinois, was inarguably the best choice for the site. Chicago was no stranger to this exact sort of competition. It had been the winner of a 1966 site selection competition to build Fermilab in the first place. And to beat a dead horse here, it was home to the world's largest particle accelerator, the Tevatron. With Fermilab already constructed, you'd be saving enormous sums of money on the existing lab infrastructure and the hiring of thousands of staff and researchers, with ample housing and universities right nearby. But perhaps the strongest reason, advocated by Nobel laureate James Cronin, was that the building of the SSC at Fermilab would keep the US at 4 particle accelerator labs, not 5. He argued that Europe enjoyed the advantage of only having to support 2 accelerator labs. Going from 4 labs to 5 would only be making their problem worse. During a week-long retreat, the task force wrote the final evaluations for the remaining 7 sites, and they submitted the report to the DOE on November 7th of 1988. A few days later, Secretary Harrington made the final call. The SSC was going to be built in Texas. What? What do you mean, Texas? That was the phrase that reverberated throughout the scientific community. And if tensions weren't high enough, just a few days earlier, in a much less surprising result, George H.W. Bush had defeated Michael Dukakis in a brutal presidential campaign. There was soon going to be a Texan in the Oval Office. Congress immediately requested an ethics investigation from the U.S. Government Accounting Office, but no wrongdoing was found. The real reason that Fermilab lost out to Texas is far less scandalous, but still just as infuriating. In evaluating the 7 finalists, there were 2 clear contenders: Fermilab and Texas. Each had been judged according to 4 categories. On geology and regional resources, both Fermilab and Texas received outstanding ratings, the highest possible. But on the environmental category, Fermilab only received a good rating, whereas Texas still received outstanding. But it was the 4th and final category where everything fell apart for Fermilab. For setting, Fermilab received a poor rating, the only finalist state to receive a rating that bad. See, out of the remaining 7 finalists, only Fermilab was situated in what could be considered a non-rural area, and there was resistance within the local communities due to concerns about displacement due to construction, noise pollution, and increased traffic. But among these concerns, you had an even louder minority. Catch Illinois was a protest group who often picketed outside Fermilab to oppose the SSC expansion. They argued absurd claims that the experiments would result in nuclear waste production, despite the fact that this is not the kind of research that particle accelerators do. And also, Fermilab had been operating a particle accelerator for nearly 20 years with no negative impacts on the community. It's thought that these fears were driven partly because of the enormous nuclear weapons cleanup that was occurring at the time, as well as the Chernobyl disaster from a couple years earlier. The anti-nuclear movement was at its most influential. But it wasn't just that there was local opposition. It was more so that Ketch, Illinois had specifically threatened to tie up this project in the courts for 35 years. Worried that the DOE wouldn't be able to acquire the land in time to begin construction, the Fermilab site was considered too volatile and ultimately given the rating of poor. As for the Texas site, located just south of Dallas in the town of Waxahachie, it was the only location to receive 4 outstanding ratings. It was an outcome that came as a complete shock to nearly everyone in the academic community. Not quite everyone, though. Richard Lundy, a physicist at Fermilab, made a bet with a colleague in late October.
Let's do sausage links. Oh, nice.
So picture this. One day you
Ask him what? Dante, you want pancakes?
I want syrup on my mouth because I'm doing stuff.
Mom's gonna cook supper. Do you want pancakes?
I said no because I don't want syrup on my mouth. Actually, yeah.
He wants pancakes.
see this box sitting on the shelf at Blockbuster Video. The year is 1996, and you're 8 years old. You have absolutely no concept of what this is, because RPGs are incredibly niche outside of Japan. But you sure as heck know who this is. Now, you're young enough that you have no personal memory.
What about? Oh, thank you. Sweet. Taste. I do. I do like sausage links. They're delicious.
Of the NES. And while Mario games may be fun,
I'm sorry, say that again? Yeah, it was a great decision.
you don't really see them with the reverence that the older kids do. Still, the dude's so synonymous with gaming that even your parents know who he is, so there's no way you're not gonna play a game with him in it. The stage is set, and you know how these Mario games go by now. Yes, Bowser's kidnapped the princess, yes, Mario's gotta go rescue her, and you're already there. The game gives you control for the first time, just as Mario sets foot on Bowser's doorstep. Huh. But you don't really even get to process how odd it is to be starting here with the castle level before you encounter some bad guys. Try to jump on one because, you know, that's kinda how it works in every game you've ever played, and... What? You jumped on an enemy, and it didn't die. It wiped to a completely different screen, and now there are 3 of them, and they're all just standing there, hanging out, walking in place. What's this? What's this? What is... Wait, you know what that is. Aha! Jump! Jump! I mean, that's what you were trying to do in the first place, but yeah! But now you can't move. Oh, your number went down. Okay, so they make your numbers go down, and you make theirs go down? Each face button always corresponds to an action. The interface only displays information when it's relevant. It doesn't confuse or overwhelm you with like an abundance of numbers. Basically, it's so intuitive that even if you're 8 years old and have never experienced turn-based combat before, you can still figure it out. After a single hallway of guards and a straight walk over a lava lake, you come to a chandelier room. This awesome remix of the final battle theme from Mario.
What you got? Shaken, not stirred? Mom threw something. You heard something get thrown. Put it in the freezer. It needs to be cold.
Mario
It
3
needs to be
kicks
cold.
up, and it's time to clean Bowser's clock! But Toadstool fills you in. You're actually aiming for his chain? Ah, yes, of course. Mario can just hang in midair over the chasm and throw a punch like 7 feet away to damage the chain. Also, the game just taught you that you can target different things in battle, and you probably didn't even notice that. Well, the combat presented a bit of a learning curve, but hey, Bowser's been foiled again, the princess is saved, and I gotta say, that vacation came a lot easier than the last one. All's well that ends well, right? The discordant image of an impossibly enormous sword sheathed into a castle is everything to this game. It represents both the inciting incident and the goal you're working toward. It's the symbol of everything that went wrong and everything that you need to set right. It dominates at the top of the world map, appears all over the game's packaging and marketing, and even permanently scars the title screen. Super Mario RPG is not a very serious game, but it presents this moment and the threat that it implies with absolute sincerity. Hours from now, when Mario is chasing a madman up a mountain and hopping over barrels, it's still there, looming over the horizon. Don't forget what happened, don't forget what you're fighting for. And that's the tone in a nutshell. The epic air of a more traditional RPG always hangs in the periphery, but it's juxtaposed against the lighthearted whimsy of a Mario game. Case in point, the sword freaking talks. Well, of course. Its name is Exor, and it says that this episode of the Geek Critique is sponsored by you guys. Back TGC at patreon.com/geekcritique to get early access to videos, hang out with me in an exclusive Discord chat, and get behind the scenes content. Thank you to all my supporters. I literally couldn't do any of this without you. Okay. Exor actually explains via slightly clunky, slightly very obviously translated from Japanese exposition that this represents the first conquest of the Smithy Gang, an invading race of sentient weaponry. Then Exor collapses the bridge to Bowser's Keep, and not even Mario can jump that far. So if we can't go this away, yeah, we'll have to go that away. This game doesn't feature a contiguous world map like many Square games of its era. Instead, areas are segmented into points on a world map. It's kind of like stages in a platformer, and how about that? It is the same concept. Beat a level, unlock the next one, progress onward. But while some areas are built like Mario action stages with Goombas and Koopa Troopas and light platforming, an RPG also needs its traditional towns, rest stops, and yes, kingdoms. For as many castles as Mario had taken down to this point, this is the first time the games had ever depicted the central hub of the Mushroom Kingdom. We'd never actually seen where Princess Toadstool and her subjects live when Bowser's not, like, turning everyone into bricks. There's a couple who are going off to get married soon, a shopkeep who's hilariously particular about following RPG conventions, and a little kid who just hero worships Mario for his bravery, his fortitude, and no, it's just his jumping ability. As was the style at the time, Mario is a silent protagonist through and through. But he's not just an empty vessel for the player. The game sort of centers his jumping ability as his calling card. Over and over, awestruck citizens will demand to know if you really are Mario. And how do you prove it? The games you've played, the battles Mario's waged, those events are canon to this game, and that kind of...
Yeah, it's like on every console, everything. Sims 4 on there. It's been on console for years. Not for free.
legacy isn't something that a pure platformer would really have room to show. Mario's reputation precedes him. He's already a renowned hero in this world. But there's also something kind of, like, endearingly outdated about the way Mario is portrayed here. Like, there's this sequence where Mario sneaks into a villain's palace by disguising himself as a statue, a piece called A Plumber's Lament. Observe the thick mustache, covering the sad, innocent smile of a simple fool. Yeah, I don't know if Nintendo would describe their mascot that way these days. Mario is simple, sure, but he's always portrayed first and foremost as this determined but jubilant ultimate icon of video games. But back in the before times, Nintendo tended to
What is it? Mini animals? The game that I actually want to get is called BattleBit. BattleBit. But I don't think it's for the Xbox. I believe it's only for the computer. I wish Hawken was good. Fuck, I wish they had fucking Chrome Hounds, man. God damn. The best mech game I have ever played was Chrome Hounds. Mech game where you're like in a mech suit and whatnot. It's called Chrome Hounds. It's like it was quite literally the best mech game I've ever played. Like, I have never played it. Battle Pass. All the expansions. That's what they do in WoW. WoW just basically said, like, listen, just buy the game once. Just once you bought the latest expansion.
I need a target.
When I was like trying to drive a tank and I was constantly dying, really exploding, I'm like, what am I playing? I'm no longer playing I don't feel like I'm playing the game anymore. Just chill. Like, it was a lot of fun, but they would spawn camp and blow up all your tanks, like, oh, well, I guess I'm done.
How may I aid you? Go in peace. Ancestors watch over you.
Ah, I have just the thing for you. How may I aid you? Winds be at your back. Looking for something special? Walk with the Earth Mother.
Be careful. Greetings. Goodbye.
emphasize their mascot as more of a blue-collar everyman. This is a subtle difference, I know, but like he's not even a plumber anymore. But in any era, Mario is still a flat character. He's a steadfast, determined hero, but it's not like he's gonna have an arc. Rather, his actions affect the characters he interacts with. And nobody has more of an arc than Mallow. When you first meet Mallow, he's almost the inverse of Mario. He claims to be a frog, but he literally can't jump. When a chunky purple freak wagon named Croco steals his money, Mallow's not strong enough, or courageous enough, or good at jumping enough to get it back. Oh, he wants to be brave, but when push comes to shove, he just bursts into tears. And when Mallow cries, so too do the clouds. Mallow can control the weather. You know, like frogs do. But Mario is everything he's not. Strong, brave, good at jumping. And so Mario takes this very definitely absolutely a tadpole under his wing. And this says something. It might have seemed obvious to have someone we know as Mario's first partner. The series even then had no shortage of characters to pull from, but we put a ton of spotlight this early in the game on someone new. And in fact, the first two party members we get are unique to this game. Having broken the Mario formula to start, Square front-loaded the game this way to help it stand out and to ensure that it would have its own identity. In combat, Mario and Mallow are complementary in their contrast. Mario's usual role in an ensemble is the jack-of-all-trades, master of none, but here he's more of a direct damage specialist, and an absolute master of that trade. His attacks are powerful, his specials are deadly, he's always useful, always solid, always super, and he better be, because he is the one character that you can never take out of the party. His one sort of weakness is an inability to damage multiple enemies at once until late in the game. Mallow, then, starts as a little weak sauce crybaby whose fists are made out of cotton balls and constantly needs healing and pick-me-ups. But he's also a weather-controlling demigod who can strike down the entire enemy team in a single flash of lightning. Mallow has a niche. Gimmicky special moves with unique, but extremely useful functions. Those specials, by the way, run on flower points, which function as a shared pool between all your party members. But you don't get more FP by leveling up. You get more FP by exploring the world, talking to people, and most importantly, playing the hero. It's a great way to incentivize the player to roleplay as Mario. However, Mallow doesn't jump, Mario doesn't summon a giant snowman, Mallow doesn't blast fireballs. What might be customizable in another game are exclusive character powers in this one. Aside from choosing a level up bonus, these 3 slots are all the customization you get. And you know, that was more than enough for someone who'd never played an RPG before. Customizable equipment was and is a hallmark of the genre, but it wasn't exactly common in games outside of it. But the first action area has a mini-boss, a pair of Hammer Brothers. And when you beat them, Mario RPG shines an enormous spotlight on the fact that one of their hammers got left behind. It gives context to a weapon upgrade. At this point, the more thoughtful player might open up the menu and see what they can do with that hammer. Huh, Mario can use this, and now his attack's completely different and way stronger. And don't worry if you're like me and you're not more thoughtful, Mario RPG still clues you in later. With a couple of exceptions, both weapons and armor become more powerful in a linear fashion. There's not much in the way of trade-offs to consider.
Hey Siri, call Cammy on speaker.
Calling Cammy. Mobile on speaker.
think I'm right. I think you could just... I could grab these guys right here. The Barons. But I need to be level 15 first, so let's do some leveling first. Alright.
Our strategy to employ. Mario's Punch Glove is a straight upgrade from the Knock Knock Shell. Mallow's Mega Pants are for bigger boys than the Thick Pants. I get why you'd want to keep things simple, but armor upgrades in particular wind up feeling a little bit arbitrary. You find a new shop, buy slightly better stuff for everyone, swap the equipment around, and sell all the old stuff. It works, sure, it's just very, standard. I do have to commend the interface for being so well designed, though. You can manage your equipment without ever leaving the shop menu. But that third slot, accessories, that's a different story. While some can be bought, they're much more often rewards for optional challenges and exploration. Some of them are your standard charms that prevent status effects, but you've also got accessories that double your coins or experience, shoes that let Mario jump on any enemy, and one that'll make a noise when you're on a screen with a hidden chest. Accessories aren't that deep or anything, but they do give you a wider range of options to consider, without overwhelming you with choice. And this may well be the game's modus operandi. To streamline the complexity of an RPG into the accessibility of an action platformer, balancing the depth of one with the wider appeal of the other. The approach to status effects is another good example. No matter what ails ya, whether it's poison, sleep, or being turned into a scarecrow, a single item called Able Juice is always the cure. And considering you've got limited inventory space and items do not stack, that's a relief. This also means there's a layer of strategy in considering what items to keep and when to use them. But only a layer. Status effects are cured at the end of battle. Yeah, even this one. Woo! He's not dead! Once you belt Croco and get Mallow's money back, it's time to head back to the Mushroom Kingdom. Uh-oh. This, once again, is a case of Mario RPG framing its antagonists as a threat. What was this bouncy, happy beacon of Toadstool sovereignty is now under siege by the Smithy Gang. The quirky, charming townsfolk now cower in their homes, terrorized by these creepy, bouncing shysters. Or sometimes not so terrorized. Come on, kid, I thought I was your hero! All this doom and gloom has been wrought by one of Smithy's lieutenants, a sentient knife called Mac, who has, of course, taken the throne room. If the symbol of everything you're fighting against is a giant sword, then it's kind of funny that the first Smithy ganger you fight is a, comparatively speaking, teeny tiny knife. Although back in '96 I thought this was that. I mean, look, he crashed down the same way in everything. I guess he just got smaller. I was a dumb kid. The knife is sent to the afterlife, and he left behind a star. Oh, let me just pick it up here. Mm-hmm.
It's still recharging.
If I didn't know better, I'd say this thing was important. Even though we have no idea what these stars are or why they're significant, the game sure goes out of its way to make it clear that they are. It'll be quite a while before we find out why. But first, we've got to head to Tadpole Pond and find out that Mallow is not a tadpole! Well, no doy. Sorry, do people not say that anymore? We said it a lot in '96. Mallow floated down the river in a basket when he was a baby, and an old man turtle Kermit named Frogfucius took him in. Really, this game is overflowing with Japanese pop culture references that no American kid back then would have caught. But now, the only Frogther figure Mallow has ever known tells him it's time to go out into the world and find his real family. And Mallow puts on a brave face. Attaboy. A little way down the road at the Rosetown Inn, Mario walks in on a kid named Gaz playing Mario with his toys. Gaz wants you as Mario to play Mario while playing Mario, but he's gonna play as his favorite toy, a doll named Kino. As a kid myself at the time, I found this scene so relatable. Gaz's excitement, his mom's dumb grown-up concerns, the nostalgic music that's... Oh, hang on, I've got something in my eye. This never fails to make me smile. Gino's gonna finish the fight with a shooting star shot! And... whoa. Mario, who let's remember can get diced, charged, and crushed and keep on fighting, just got KO'd by a toy. That doll packs a wallop. That night, an otherworldly presence visits the inn. Light shines down from the heavens and Gino is real. And the scene plays over a remix of the Star Piece Collection theme from earlier. What could it mean? The doll stumbles, walking around on two legs for the first time, and slams headfirst into the stairs. Then leaves without a word. The next morning, Gaz tells his mom that he saw Gino going into the forest! She reacts like the cynical, boring adult with no imagination that she is, but he swears it's true. Could Gaz's favorite toy have really come to life and run off into the woods? Yeah, we just saw it happen, pay attention. Fortunately though, exiting the forest is super simple. Super Mario RPG was composed by Yoko Shimomura, who considers this game to be a turning point in what would become an exceptionally distinguished career, to say the least. It's easy to see why. Her score lives up to Square's pedigree. It remixes several of Koji Kondo's iconic classics. It incorporates those classics into its own leitmotifs, expanding on Mario's world. It uses repetition to set the scene. The first time you hear this song, the Mushroom Kingdom is under siege. The second time, arrows are raining down on Rosetown. The third time, nothing is outwardly wrong, but this song has been so effectively linked with Trouble in Paradise that just stepping foot in Seaside Town is unsettling. The fact that everyone's pretending nothing's wrong makes it even worse. Here's this guy, standing on the desk, questioning the integrity of the artificial world in which he's trapped. Ugh. But of course, Beware the Forest's Mushrooms is the most famous piece of music in the game. This song flips the usual tone on its head. Mario RPG is mostly whimsical fun, with an air of mystery that you never quite put away. But the Forest Maze music is more thoughtful, more spiraling, more introspective. But it's still grounded in Mario's world. The epic tone is backed by this buoyant bass line, so reminiscent of the one that plays back in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Need to get closer.
The whole soundtrack is excellent, but this is a masterpiece among masterpieces, and it hasn't aged a day since '96. Unfortunately, the same probably can't be said for these, and I quote, excellent 3D graphics. The characters look like balloon animals, the environments look like dithered plastic, everything's built out of grainy images with the pixels just indecipherably melding into each other. Did anyone really think this looked good? Okay, yeah, I thought this game looked good. Because it freaking did! Here's the thing. This is not what old school video games looked like. It's how they're remembered, it's how they look if you play them now, it's even how new retro throwback games look, but it's not what they looked like at the time. No, they looked more like this. The signal degradation inherent to video standards at the time, combined with the scan lines of a CRT television to hide pixels, to blend gradients, to make fake transparency look real.
You can actually see every single pixel, which means it looks nothing like it did back in the 90s. Those hash patterns are actually on the televisions of the day would have blurred together into very nice gradients.
When you see an old school game on a modern TV, you can count every individual pixel. But really, this razor-sharp quality isn't such an issue for pixel art. I mean, it's become the accepted default look of old school games for a reason. It might not be what they were quote-unquote supposed to look like, but it's got a lot of charm. However, if you put a game that was pre-rendered on an ACM workstation in the mid-90s on a modern display, it just doesn't work anymore. These assets look like low-resolution pictures because that's literally what they are, and being able to see every pixel exposes all their imperfections. Critics at the time might have chided Yoshi's Island for not being modern enough, but in the long run, these cutting-edge visuals emblematic of the mid-90s haven't held up as well, and this is a big reason why. I don't normally care for scanline filters, but with a game like this, it really does make a difference. Now Mario looks like a rounded 3D character instead of a mass of messy colored blocks. Now the environment blends together so much more believably. Now the game looks like it's supposed to. But I'm not gonna keep it like this. Kind of afraid of what YouTube's encoder would do to a scanline filter. But hey, give it a try the next time you play a pre-rendered game. Gino, whose real name is this, is a guardian from the heavens. You kinda get the feeling there's a lot he can't tell you. But he's not malicious about it. That first scene where we see him learning to walk is a great indication of what makes him so charming. Gino might be a benevolent vessel of the gods, but the vessel he's inhabiting is a wooden doll. The style and timing of Gino's attacks are unique to him, and as we saw earlier, that doll packs a punch. With perfect timing, Gino Whirl can one-hit KO anything that's not a boss. Gino Boost massively buffs both attack and defense. Gino Flash sees him backflip, turn into a cannon, and just... He is the fastest, flashiest, and hardest-hitting member of the team. But that marionette he calls a body can't take a lot of hits. He's a glass cannon. Square really broke the mold when they made this character. There's no one else quite like him, no better icon of Mario RPG itself, and no one left for Smash Brothers that would mean quite as much to me. But heck, even if it never happens, I'll just be happy somebody remembers Mega Smilex. As much as this game builds on Mario's lore, it's the way Square blends those iconic elements with brand new characters and concepts that defines this game's legacy. Gino, meanwhile, defines the game's overarching narrative. He explains that far above the sky, there exists a place called the Star Road, where wishes are granted. But when that sword pierced the heavens, the Star Road was shattered, and wishes can no longer be fulfilled. So now the goal is clear. Collect the 7 stars, repel Smithy's invasion, restore the Star Road. What Gino reveals here is the actual legend of the 7 stars. And it's not revealed until you're a third of the way into the game. The plot keeps you in the dark for hours, building a sense of mystery and suspense. But just as importantly, this decision keeps the game's pacing from getting bogged down with exposition. The embodiment of this legend is Stargate, a place caught between hope and melancholy. Bizarre star-shaped flowers dot the landscape. Enormous celestial doors jut out of the ground at unnatural angles. The terrain itself is otherworldly, littered with fallen stars, each one representing a wish that has gone unfulfilled. You can even eavesdrop on some of these wishes, highlighting the innermost desires of even the most obscure characters. Seriously though, it's wild how based on a single line, you'll know who it came from. It's another one of those things that reminds you of what's gone wrong with this world, and the familiarity you have with the people living there pushes you forward to fix it. One wish even comes from a member of the party, and that's a cute little character beat. But it turns out to be a disarming one, because in the very next area... Oh, this is so well done. Mallow holds back his tears. He's always trying to do the right thing, but he still struggles with himself. But this time, when push comes to shove, he puts on a brave face. He grows as a person. And eventually, the Star Road doesn't make his wish come true. He makes it come true. And when he finally meets his parents, it rains in a city above the clouds. I'm not saying this is some kind of landmark story, but standards become standards for a reason. As a kid playing this for the first time, I had never seen a game with such a strong narrative focus. Mallow's struggle, growth, and redemption made him so much more compelling. Now I know the fact that I was so young has a lot to do with why I see him this way, but that doesn't make it sting any less that this was the only game he ever appeared in. Bowser is shunted from his role as the main villain, and left with no Koopa Troop to command. You run into him trying to rebuild his army early on, but those numbers dwindle until Mario finds his archenemy completely alone and in literal tears over how much he misses his castle, how much he misses his crew, and how much he misses the good old days. And so for the first time in the series, Bowser teams up with the good guys. Sort of. In his mind, he didn't join Mario's party, Mario joined his. Just like Mario's the established hero, Bowser is the abominable villain. Everyone's terrified of him on principle. However, Bowser's brutish, bossy attitude is written as a front for his insecurities, which is not only hilarious, it's endearing. He revels in brute force, but writes a literal haiku about how misunderstood he feels in his own internal monologue. It's no coincidence that this blustering, wannabe tough guy portrayal of the character would stick in future Mario RPGs and even in the main series. And it's a good thing Bowser is characterized so well, because when it comes to his actual in-game utility, Bowser kinda sucks. On paper, he's a tank. He's got great physical strength and a deep pool of HP, and he also has a propensity for throwing his subordinates around. But his other stats leave a lot to be desired, and his high HP only does so much to offset his middling defense. He might be able to hit hard, but he's so slow. He also only gets 4 special moves, and while a few of them can invoke status effects, the game is easy enough that strategy like that isn't really necessary. Super Mario Bros. Was barely a decade old, but the fact that every single game seemed to share that game's plot was already becoming a joke. So Mario RPG turns it into a running gag. Like, Bowser has kidnapped Toadstool so many times at this point that it's become routine. There are lots of fun jokes about this, but my favorite one is more subtle. Mario's house is literally at the foot of Bowser's Keep, positioned squarely between it and the Mushroom Kingdom. Guess he figured he could save some time on his commute. But after she's rescued at the midpoint of the game, Toadstool insists that she's coming along to help, and she sneaks out of the castle. It's cool to see the princess get out of that damsel in distress role and carry some agency. But it is only some agency. She doesn't really have much of a role to play from here. In fact, by the time she joins the party, she only actually has 7 unique lines of dialogue left in the whole game. But you know, that actually kind of mirrors our protagonist, doesn't it? Her personality isn't nearly as well defined as Bowser's, but it doesn't have to be. While everyone else has an intrinsic motivation and some degree of an arc, Mario and Toadstool are helping because they're the good guys. And does she ever help? She helps a lot. Too much. While her defensive stats may leave something to be desired, it's simple enough to buff that with armor and accessories, and they're not so lacking that she'd ever become a liability. But she is exceptional at one thing. Toadstool is what I glean RPG fans would call a white mage, and her healing comes with absolutely no drawbacks. Her 2 healing spells will both pretty much always max out your HP, cure all status ailments, cost next to nothing to use, oh, and she starts with both of them. This basically means that from the moment you get Toadstool, you should have a chance to heal your entire party to full health on every turn. She, quite frankly, breaks what little balance there was in the battle system. Or does she? Look, there's a tremendous difference in the way you approach a game you know from one that you don't. Especially if it's something you've been playing since you were very young. And as someone who values replayability so much, I've never really gotten that experience of coming back to an old favorite after a long time. I replay my favorite games so much they never fade to memory. But that amount of familiarity with the game is inevitably going to skew my perspective on it. Speaking of which, the isometric viewpoint was disorienting to players even in '96, but I've played this game for so many decades it doesn't bother me. Oh, and I would definitely have some pointed criticism at how easy it is to get lost in places like the Kiro sewers, if I didn't know this labyrinth like the back of my hand. Like a lot of RPGs of this era, combat can be slow-paced, especially late in the game when you just have to wait while hordes of enemies throw flashy specials at you. But, like, I always go into it expecting that. So this probably isn't as easy of a game as I think it is. Trying to see it from a new player's perspective, especially a kid's, I gotta think that Toadstool is the way she is for a reason. Mario RPG gets a lot more challenging after you find the princess. That difficulty curve is going to fly higher and higher. And I know for a fact that as a kid with no RPG experience, having Toadstool to lean on was the only reason I was able to break through a lot of that challenge my first time playing. I mean, she still didn't stop me from getting stuck, because it's not like I know where to find 60 flower points by the time I get to her, the way I do now. So as a slightly more seasoned gamer now, of course Toadstool is OP as heck to me, but she's also sort of an optional easy mode. I got no problem putting her on the bench. Come to think of it, I guess Bowser might be the same thing. His strong physical stats make him a safer alternative to Geno. I mean, it makes sense. This was the party that I gravitated toward when I was a kid. Mario RPG might streamline the genre's conventions, but it always does this with a thoughtful approach that doesn't overly diminish their depth or appeal. But so far removed from the context of the time, it may not be obvious why Mario RPG took this approach. Like I said at the top of the episode, to put it mildly, RPGs were niche in 1996. Today, Square's games are thought of as these paragons of the Super Nintendo's legacy. But platformers and fighting games ruled the mid-90s with an iron fist. Nintendo Power's review of the game even tried to downplay the term RPG. They knew it was a tough sell, and I guess it was. In Mario RPG's first month on the US market, it sold 200,000 copies, and even that was worth bragging about. And that's why the game is designed the way it is. It assumes players will be familiar with this, but not necessarily that. And I'm living proof that it worked. While this may be Baby's first RPG, I was Baby, and it was my first RPG. Despite that, I could not only wrap my head around it, I fell head over heels for it. Mario is inherently an action game, so that's what his physics and controls are modeled on. Tap B to jump, hold Y to run, and that makes this a lot faster than your standard role-playing protagonist. In an era where it seemed like platformers were the default genre of gaming, this made Mario RPG so much more familiar and approachable to me than, yeah, that would have been. To this day, it feels a little weird if a game doesn't have a jump button. But running and jumping is hardly the only thing to do outside of battle. Mario RPG is absolutely bursting with minigames, breaking up the traditional RPG game loop with a breadth of variety. Most of the minigames are tied in nicely to the overarching plot, but not only can they be replayed, they even offer incentive to do so. For instance, the first time you climb Booster Hill, you're just pursuing the titular madman, but on a replay, you can catch beetles and trade them in for prizes. Ooh, and then there's this weird optional area called the Pipe Vault. It's really strange, you can skip it entirely and go on to the next screen, but hang on, the freaking map is teasing that there's something beneath it. So if we venture down here, we find a traditional side-scrolling platformer level built in Mario RPG's 3D isometric perspective. This feels really experimental, like something the team might have prototyped during development just to see how the engine would handle it. Pushing through the Pipe Vault gets us to Yoster Isle? Actually, this is endemic of the game's localization. What we call Yoshi's Island has a more colorful name in Japan, but we weren't so concerned with maintaining brand consistency back in the 90s, which means that in this game, a number of Mario staples get more direct translations, or even brand new names. Super Mario RPG was localized by the legendary Ted Woolsey, and in fact, it would be his last game script to date. I use that term with intention just as much as I bring him up with affection. This script wasn't translated, it was localized. Typical of Woolsey's style, the dialogue has so much personality and color, I wouldn't want to change a thing. I mean, I learned a lot of colloquialisms from it. But typical of this era, the context when it comes to game mechanics can be a little bit off. For more on that, let's get back to Yoster Isle. When you first arrive, talking to any of the Yoshis just makes them go, but there's one guy who goes like, it turns out that Boshi here has become a dominant dictator of the island races. Everyone wants to race together, but he insists it's gotta be one-on-one against him. So you've gotta beat him in a race, by tapping A and B in time with the rhythm. However, there are no on-screen prompts whatsoever, and the game commits quite a localization hiccup while conveying what you're actually supposed to do. Press A and B alternately along with the rhythm. The tighter the rhythm, the faster you go. I always read this as, you, the player, will need to tap the buttons faster when the rhythm speeds up. But the you isn't referring to you, it's referring to your character. And I never understood that until I was writing this script, actually. A better translation might be something like this. Press A and B alternatively in time with the rhythm. The better your timing, the faster Yoshi will go. Maybe I'd read it differently if I was playing it for the first time now, but I just couldn't wrap my head around this one. I basically won just by spamming cookies. Boshi is the best part of this whole thing. He is to Yoshi what Wario is to Mario. I mean, literally, his Japanese name is Washi. His design is so over the top, and he's not really a bad guy, but he's a competitive, brash tryhard who, even after he's defeated, tells you to race someone slow so you can win. Basing an entire arc of the story on Yoshi's Island would have been so cool. Unfortunately, Yoster Isle turns out to just be a very flavorful side quest. But you know, it's alright. It gave us some more fun characters, and importantly for the legacy of the internet, it also gave us Disguy. I'm glad Yoshi's made it into this game. Also, I love how even a race of dinosaurs on a secluded island still receives spam mail. Alright, one more minigame to talk about. If you backtrack to the Mushroom Kingdom late in the game, you can buy this kid's Game Boy off of him for 500 coins. It doesn't tie into the plot, there's no incentive to play it, it's just a bonus for looking around. The game does this a lot. It's sort of endearingly experimental. It goes on weird little tangents in a way that the meticulously design-docked industry of today usually can't get away with. As enjoyable as the game is outside of battle, how can Mario RPG maintain the feel of an action game through something as indirect as turn-based combat? Well, you better watch out, because I'm talking about time tips! Every move in your arsenal can be substantially improved with a well-timed press of the attack button. So, check out this dopey little punch. Nah. But now, once more with timing. Just the visuals, the sharp sound effect, everything just snaps! It's so simple and yet it's so freaking satisfying. And defense works the same way. You can time blocks to reduce damage. There's even a surprising amount of nuance to this. You can partially whiff a hit and still improve an attack, still reduce some damage, or you can get it frame perfect, nail him much harder, or even cut off damage entirely. Mario RPG appealed to my action-oriented tastes on such a fundamental level. The fact that this taught me what an RPG was supposed to be kind of ruined the way I would approach the rest of the genre. In something like this, I'm just selecting moves from a list and watching them play out. But with this, it's like I'm actually involved, I'm actually doing something, my skill is making a difference, and you know how important that is to me. It's not like it's hard, it's not like it should matter, but it's just enough to trick my dumb brain into thinking I'm actually doing something. So can you imagine what it was like to be taught that an RPG was supposed to present its battles like this? And then to play something more traditional and have this keep happening over and over and over again. Mario RPG features no random battles. You touch an enemy on the overworld, you start a battle. The game never just yanks you out of what you're doing and puts you in combat. I think random battles can have a place and a function, but for my tastes, the lack of them makes this game so much less tedious and, importantly, more replayable. Mario RPG accommodates lower level runs, jumping and weaving your way between enemies, and smashing through bosses on the back of your own skill. And also how insanely OP Mario's jump can get. But there is one case where you can defeat enemies without actually fighting them.
Hello?
Item boxes very occasionally contain Starmen, which function exactly like they do in Mario's mainline games. But you're not just knocking these enemies off the map, you're one-hit KOing mobs you'd normally have to fight in turn-based combat, and banking the same experience for it. Mario and Pals can level up off of invincibility, which is another nice way to marry action platformers with RPGs. To that end, it is notable that the game starts out throwing you in the deep end, putting you in turn-based battles without bothering to explain how they work, and trusting that the game design itself will be enough for you to at least get your bearings. But once you get to more complex concepts, the game steps in and has Toad explain things. Item usage, hit points, inventory management, and this sets a precedent. Toad will always be there to shed some light on a new concept. However, he always does this, and I can't stress this enough, optionally. Maybe you've played the game a dozen times before. Maybe you're familiar with how RPGs work and don't need it explained. Maybe you just want to figure it out for yourself. Whatever the case may be, Mario RPG always gives you the option to skip the tutorial. Future games would not always abide by these ideals. This also goes for progression. I mean, let's not overstate this, the map screen is linear, so it's not usually a mystery where you should go next. But still, when you see a trio of snippets talking about someone named Booster, who's taken a hostage described as the princess who fell from the sky, Mallow doesn't pop out of your party here and go, "Hey Mario, do you think maybe that princess could possibly maybe be Toadstool? We better go back to the map screen and check it out, huh?" No. The tutorializing is over. The game trusts you. You know what to do. Spend literally all your money on fireworks, then immediately trade them all to a little girl for a shiny rock. Yeah! Also, you can always get a hint from Frogfucius if you do get lost. It's good. It's good. The game actually spends an entire arc on Booster. The character's most obvious analog is Wario, but where Wario is greedy, lazy, and obsessed with becoming rich, Booster was born rich, the 7th generation of his family line. He spent his whole life here, in this tower, playing games with his Sniffets, and a lady type falling from the sky is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to him. Yet despite his opulence, and despite his antagonistic role, he's not exactly a villain. He's not really bad on purpose. Booster is just incredibly ignorant, incredibly lacking in social graces, and incredibly unhinged. He's another great character, who was only ever in one game. You know, Mario RPG gave me so many weirdly specific, but like, extremely formative memories. Like, at one point you're supposed to use clues to decode a password. Unfortunately, these clues were all fairly obtuse, and I was 8. So how did Nintendo want me to figure out this impossible puzzle? Call the Nintendo Tips Hotline for only $1.99 per minute. And they say microtransactions are recent. But how did I learn the password was pearls? For the first time, I used the so-called information superhighway to beat a game, and that's why you don't have tips hotlines anymore. I'd also never seen a game be so self-aware. It plays with the conventions of its platform, its series, its genre, and even the medium of video games themselves. You know how your party members in RPGs will just, like, disappear into your player character? Other RPGs do this as a matter of convenience, and while I'm sure that's why this game does it too, it seems to be the case in-universe that Mario's friends are in his pockets. Ha! Who are okay. There's an optional sequence where you can stay in a luxury resort hotel, but if you stay too long and can't pay off your room, Mario is forced to work to pay off his tab, and now you're the one showing the room. You're the one hoping for a tip. But moreover, the game isn't afraid to lock you here. You can't leave, you can't take a break, you can't escape, you're at work. A couple might come in, argue, talk to the receptionist, bicker at each other, go look at the room, come back down, bicker again, leave the hotel, gallivant right back into the hotel.
What you got?
So this guy said, "Want to see you pressure my dad?" Leaves, and then the other guy says, "Get it?"
I do. Do you get it?
Yes.
How will this benefit me?
They probably got like maybe 10, 15 minutes left. I just set down my ball. My ball set down for us. It bounces. Watch my booty shake.
and you just have to stand there, walking in place with a smile on your face like the disposable, unimportant, non-player character you are. Capitalism! Sometimes Mario RPG even makes references outside of gaming. Here's what happens when you find the 6th star piece. Now remember, a player will have seen this sequence 5 times by this point. The star twinkles and spins, that triumphant music sweeps in, and... the Axum Rangers freaking steal it! To see a video game so directly, so unabashedly parody something that I actually knew, something that I was obsessed with, something every kid I knew was obsessed with, was one of those things that caused me to rush out of the house, run down the street, and tell my friends,
"No, really, dude, you have to come over. They're making fun of Power Rangers in a Mario game."
Of course, I didn't know it at the time, but the developers were probably referring to their own childhood, not mine. It might have been new in the West, but Super Sentai, the show that Saban adapted into Power Rangers, had been running in Japan since 1975. And I noticed this time, the bass line in the Axum Rangers theme sounds a whole lot like an early Sentai theme. But if I want to talk about formative memories, this room is kind of the epitome of it. It's just 2 ledges and a curtain. But when Mario goes behind it, this happens. You can run around this room all you like, but as soon as you try to leave, it's a cool little Easter egg, right? It was so much more to me. For some reason, I loved this. I had a specific save slot just for this, just so I could come see it again. Why? I was too little for the NES. My Mario 1 didn't even look like this, it looked like this. And yet something about the low fidelity music, the flat 2D art that, even on a CRT, looked like something from a bygone age. The fact that I knew the game was referencing some ancient version of itself just fascinated me. 25 years later, I think I know why I loved it so much. I can be positively obsessive about charting, analyzing, and understanding the ebbs and flows, the iterations, and the chronology of the things that I love. I love the way settings and character designs change, the way the tone and timbre of a long-running franchise evolves over time, evolves with the times. I love legacy. I think that's why a lot of things that some others despise as, like, nostalgia pandering will hit different for me. I mean, I love being pandered to as much as the next guy, don't get me wrong, but I'll find this stuff fascinating for things I'm not even a fan of. And video games, by the grace of their interactivity, the persistence of long-running franchises, and the progression of the technology that powers them, tend to evolve, change, grow, iterate, and reflect back like nothing else can. The player is always perched atop the 4th wall, and for the most part, that's more compelling than fiction to me. I was a little tiny baby child who'd come in at the tail end of 16-bit. I'd completely missed the initial Mario phenomenon of the 80s, so to me, this was all that Mario was. And I liked it, but it always seemed a little bit vanilla, a little bit fundamental, a little bit basic compared to my favorite games. I know now how revolutionary these titles really were, but I lacked the context back then to see them that way. But when Mario went behind that curtain, it was the first time I had ever seen a game break through the 4th wall and celebrate its own legacy as a video game. This was Mario's final appearance on the Super Nintendo. It was one of the last games I played before the next generation hit, and it has always felt to me like an epilogue for the 16-bit era. And speaking of epilogues, Mario and his friends do liberate Bowser's Keep. They do confront Exor, and ultimately, here come the spoilers, they repel Smithy and find all 7 stars. With his mission fulfilled, the entity we've been calling Geno leaves Gaz's favorite toy behind, and invokes the power of the 7 stars to restore the Star Road. And with that, and then we get to see what becomes of everyone. Bowser rebuilding his castle, Mallow taking his place in the kingdom, characters, major and minor, finding their peace. 25 years later, there's something simultaneously heartwarming and kind of heartbreaking about all this. In too many cases, this would be the final glimpse we'd ever have of these characters. I feel like there's so much more I wanted to say. The truth is, for so many reasons, this script has been one of the most challenging I've ever written. It's been a tough year, and I don't need to tell you why. With everything going on, it hasn't always been easy to find the motivation to keep pushing forward. And I have at times struggled with whether I even had it in me to talk about a game like this. Gameplay and skill mastery and all that stuff is always paramount for me. And I worried I might not be able to convey why I love a game like this. I still don't know if I've done a good enough job, but I do know that at 4:30 in the morning, I finished this game and saw this ending for the first time in at least a decade. I remembered childhood best friends who I haven't seen in twice as long. I remembered playing this with them, how much we loved this game, how many times I'd replay the last boss just so I could see the ending again. I loved it so much, I even recorded it on a video. This game and this experience was important to me. Before this, Mario was just another game I enjoyed playing. But in one fell swoop, I had characters I could invest in, a deeper world to obsess over, a legacy to learn about. And before that, I didn't know that was something a video game could do by itself. Mario RPG is the reason I became a fan of this series. I finally understood the pedigree of Nintendo's mascot, why he was so beloved, why he was so important, and what his world was all about. This was my Mario. This was my favorite Mario game. For about 4 months. Mario RPG came out in May, but in September, Mario changed forever. Suddenly, Princess Toadstool had a first name. Suddenly, this wasn't her castle, this was. Suddenly, Mario was not a blue-collar hero from Brooklyn. He was a whimsical, screaming Italian! I can't imagine it any other way now. Super Mario 64 might have presented a different vision of Mario's world, but it was a billion times more influential. This was a last-minute release in a niche genre on a dying console. But this was the standard against which we would judge every 3D game over the course of the next generation. Less than a year later, Square and Nintendo went their separate ways, and all of a sudden, RPGs weren't so niche anymore. All of a sudden, an upstart console that nobody expected to seriously compete with Sega and Nintendo wasn't just competing, the PlayStation was winning. This marked an era of revolution after revolution after revolution. Landmark titles would redefine genres, redefine the boundaries of what a game could be. By the end of that generation, everyone knew games could tell compelling stories, could feature rich world building, could be about more than just gameplay. Platformers changed forever, RPGs changed forever, adventure games changed forever, horror games changed forever, video games changed forever. But this one stayed the same. So what's become of this collaboration between two of gaming's superpowers? What is the legacy of the game that taught me about legacy? While it would be a bridge much too far to accuse a Mario game of all things of falling into obscurity, the evolution of the industry in the years since its release makes it very much a product of its specific moment in time. There's no other year that Mario RPG could have come out being what it was. Games weren't like this before 1996, and they would never be like this again. And that's not always easy to reconcile. Nostalgia will make you love the games that you grew up with on a deeper level than anyone else could, but you'll love them in a way that no one else will. And that's okay. Be aware of your biases, and embrace the positives that this nostalgic perspective brings you. Just don't be surprised if later entries in the series don't live up to your childhood memories, or when people a little younger or a little older don't see them the way that you do. I'm glad I get to have the perspective that I do. And I'll always be thankful that I got to experience Mario RPG the way I did at the time I did. I think it's most ardent fans carry that torch all these years later, specifically because so much of what made it special, the tone it struck, the world it presented, the characters it introduced, were one-game wonders. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Outside of a few cameos, references, and delusional wishful thinking on my part, they've never returned. There never was a direct sequel, and more than likely, there never will be. But it sure did look like it was gonna happen. The very next year, I remember seeing this. I'd played the first game when I was 8, I'd just turned 9, and already, Super Mario RPG 2 was on its way. And you can see that episode right now, a week early, over at the TGC Patreon. Thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, you keep geeking, I'll keep critiquing.
Halls of Torment. This is a game that I promised I would play a long time ago. And as with all of my promises, they come true. In time. At some point in the future, maybe we'll have to see what happens. I don't know yet. But for now, we're going to play Halls of Torment. People say this game's a lot like Vampire Survivors, but it's got a little bit more customization. Choose a hero. Swordsman. Okay, well, I would have picked that anyway, and I guess we're going to pick Swordsman. It's got a very strong Diablo 2 feel to it. A lot of customization in this game, you can see. What? Am I? Well, I'm in the game. We'll look around. I think I'm supposed to go through that door. There's a branch over here. Turn on auto attack, trust me. Should I? Is this, yeah, this game came out in 1997. Okay, I'll turn on auto. Oh yeah, auto attack, yeah. What about auto aim? Should I do auto aim? No? Okay. Oh shit. Move, aim, toggle auto attack. Okay. This seems easy. Okay, so the blue things are like experience. Oh shit, okay. 70 base health. Let's do attack speed. I think attack speed will scale well. Oh, I see. I turned off auto attack and that messed me up. Okay, I got it. So now I'm level 2, I guess? Or no, I'm level...
No, I think it's an easy stabilization. A lot of people know that you cannot fucking
As a general rule in our house, if a spider is smaller than your hand, he's free to stay.
See, and that's just so much fun. The thing is, right, in Australia, the spiders are a bit bigger, right? Over here, we also have a rule for spiders. Our rule is this: if the spider is bigger than your hand, they can keep the house, right? If the spider is smaller than your hand, they can just keep the room that they're in, if that makes sense. So when I was younger, right, there was a spider in my room. I texted my mom saying, "Mom, there's a spider in my room." And she responded saying, "What are you doing in that spider's room?" That's basically how we have to handle spiders, right? I then said, "I'm trying to get the spider out of my room." And she said, "Good luck. Let me know how that goes." You know, basically spiders are the ones that are in control over here. And that's pretty much how it's always been.
As a general rule in our house, if a spider is smaller than your hand, he's free to stay.
Monkey!
From a Squirtle with Zap Cannon to a special Charmander you can only get on your birthday, this is 27 more rare Pokemon you will never own. So in 2002, Pokemon Centers in Japan released a mystery egg giveaway for Generation 2. Players could obtain one random egg from a selection of rare Pokemon, starting with a Bulbasaur knowing the move Ancient Power. Now, since Venusaur can't learn any rock-type moves, Ancient Power is actually pretty solid just to increase its overall coverage. Not to mention, it also gives you the chance of getting that spicy Omni Boost. Now, the second Pokemon available from this mystery egg giveaway was a special Totodile knowing the move Submission. With 80% accuracy, it's not a long-term viable move, but pretty good for the early game considering it's a fighting move with 80 base power. And the third was a Charmander knowing the move Crunch. And while Charmander can learn Crunch from Generation 4 via an egg move, Gen 4 Pokemon can't be traded back to Gen 2. So that means a Crunch Charmander inside of Gold, Silver, and Crystal is actually incredibly rare. You know what else is rare? People that are subscribed to this channel. So, subscribe? But anyway, let's continue with Gen 2. You could also obtain a Nightshade Hoothoot and a Sing Pichu through the mystery egg giveaway, and both of these were made available in the US, but on different dates. But one of the coolest events from Gen 2 was the Halloween 2002 Scary Face event. In the US only, from October 25th to the 31st of 2002, if you went to the Gotta Catch 'Em All station in Pokemon Center, New York, you would get one of 5 special Pokemon with the move Scary Face, those being Cleffa, Igglybuff, Meryl, Pichu, or Wooper. To get one is rare, but since you would only get one of 5 per visit, the complete set is extremely scarce. And while Scary Face might not be that great of a move, it just fits so well with Halloween that I really wanted to include it for this list. Another underwhelming move that fits insanely well is the special Sonic Boom Spearow. Also exclusive to New York, this was only obtainable from August 30th to September 26th of 2002. And while Sonic Boom only does a lackluster set 20 damage, it just makes so much sense. Like Spearow, a bird Pokemon knowing a move based off of flying extremely fast. I think Spearow getting this move makes a whole lot more sense than Magnemite? But anyway, finally for Gen 2, we have one of the most helpful rare Pokemon. A Squirtle with the move Zap Cannon. Now, given Blastoise can't learn an electric move by any other means,
What a gamer, dude. Go! You won't go? What a gamer. These games are amazing, guys. Did you see that? You see how strong he is? He's like, well, you scouted me last. I blocked the ramp. You don't know. All in. It's like, dude, this is why literally you've been stuck
Copium
between 22 and 2300 for years. For years. Oh, he just randomly went DTs and walked him out? Okay, well, I lose. That's a great game. So he just walked through a ton of mines. What an amazing gamer. What? Look at this. 97 APM. Literally just walks through mines. He just hit gateways somewhere on the map and just walked through mines. 97 APM. So we're going to have to delete this account now. Because it's going to be a minus 50 points. Hey! Don't bark. You see that shit? How crazy is it? Literally just... I had 5 mines on the side. He just walks right through them. He's like, yeah, no problem. It's fine.
Your forces are under attack.
Well, that just didn't work at all, man.
Reporting for duty. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. Fired up. Jacked up and good to go. You got a piece of me, boy. Slam it. Job finished. Jacked up and good to go.
Your forces are under attack.
Give me some of this shit. Good to go, sir. Rock and roll. Outstanding. I read you. Give me some of this shit.
Base is under attack.
That guy played like a moron. Terrible play. Terrible play. Has no idea what he's doing.
Reporting for duty. Orders received. Roger that. Right away, sir. Affirmative. Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals.
Come on! Jesus! You're sitting there at 146 minerals for a fucking minute.
Not enough minerals.
Would have been quicker if I went racks on 12. So fucking stupid.
SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty.
Dude, I can't even get a fucking SCV down here to build the fucking depot. I'm about to fucking uninstall this stupid piece of shit game. This fucking pile of garbage game. I tell an SCV to go up here, it goes here. It goes there. I click it up here, it goes here. Just sits there.
A few moments later.
Say GG. Say GG.
Dude, fuck me. Every fucking game and all in. Yeah, 1 fucking health. Okay. Super sick.
Your forces are under attack. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Pizza!
Just out of scans.
Get out.
All-ins everywhere. It's the only thing people do. It's the only thing people do on the ladder. Everyone just has an all-in. They're like, yeah, I catch certain things with this all-in. It's like... That is so insane. That is so insane. Do you know what all-in means, you fucking dumbasses in the chat? Do you know what all-in means? No, you don't. You don't fucking know. It's actually disgusting. You actually don't even know what words mean. Why are you here?
You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. Say GG. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. You circumflex. You circumflex. I circumflex. Ensley 03 cheered. X summoned. Astar PTR04. Very well. Go 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 go. Eve 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 Profane donated $3. Currency. RPTRO 4 cheered. X300. Go, the artificial meat pipe strapped on to Princess Peach.
Dude, this race is too fucking crazy. It's too fucking crazy that they can do all this. It's so fucking imbalanced. It's like the most insane shit in the whole fucking world. The guy, like, did the shittiest rush ever. And I'm, like, countering everything, scouting everything, and he's like, I don't know, I have a Reaver. He just flew over everything? Wow.
Goddess Ayaya donated $3. Morshi. Report 4 quarters. Artie needs us. He's losing to this domain. He needs QT Marines. QT tank pilots. Raise your hand if you can be a QT tank pilot. Raise your hand. Artie needs us. Ayaya. QT for Artie. Beat this say. 8 is ugly. Artie is QT. Help Artie. QT for Artie. QT2.
Dude, seriously. They don't do anything well. And they just win. I'm at 53 fucking supply.
Say GG.
He just YOLOs the entire game. And even if you block it, it's not enough. It's not enough. Because the next YOLO's coming. Just so fucking bad, man. Literally the stupidest shit ever. So center gate, scout me first, steal my gas, zealot rush into a fucking nexus. Mass goons and zealots trying to kill my bunker. So I blocked all of that. All of that shit I blocked. Harassed him even during this time. And then a Reaver flies in as I attack. And he's like, I don't know, I'll just hold everything with sloppy micro by running into mines while killing everything with a Reaver. Wow. By the way, I have 4 Nexuses. This shit is so fucking stupid. There is a reason so many people play Protoss. Fuck me. If you play Protoss and you think you're good, you're a fucking moron. Honestly. Honestly, you're stupid.
Base is under attack. You want a piece of me, boy? Did someone page me? Did someone page me? Your forces are under
I love fighting against fucking invincible shit all game long. It's amazing.
Affirmative, sir. Your forces are under attack.
Get out.
Commencing. Harry, you standing by. Not enough energy is under attack. Order received. Give me some of this shit. Order scout. Your forces are under attack. Outstanding. Stay away. Make it slow. Healing frequencies Base is under attack. Transmit orders. Receiving headquarters. Commencing. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Base is under attack.
Why no GG? Because he cheats. His units are invincible all game long. How are you supposed to fucking beat that? Is that fair? Are we gonna pretend that's fair? You think I'm gonna GG that? All this shit's invincible? Isn't that a stupid game? Who programmed that?
Everything I'm about to tell you is classified under a level 3 security clearance and is on a need-to-know basis. The man you're looking at is Ethan Pender, a figure within a New Age religious movement known as the New Transcendentalists. His farmstead has since become a commune for the primary thought leaders, with around 9 total members. This movement was suspected of organizing chemical attacks all across New England in the early 2010s. Additionally, there have been many strange disappearances loosely associated with the movement. All suspected, nothing confirmed. The past 3 months, there have been a dozen missing persons across Franklin, Berkshire, and Hampton with no clear offender, but given that this was happening in the cult's backyard, he and his friends are suspects. 12 hours ago, the Hampshire County Sheriff's Department received a call from a man they believed to be in danger. The caller refused to directly specify the threat until he handed this picture to the authorities. This sighting is presumed to be Sarah Morrison, one of 9 missing persons associated with the case. Our agent within the department informed us the moment this picture was secured and declared a state of emergency requiring immediate action. Any non-Foundation personnel who came into contact or heard mention of this photo has since been detained and given amnestic treatment. However, the clock is still ticking. The Foundation has seen fit to sanction a raid on the Pender commune.
Your objective is to recce the commune, assess for any anomalous activity, and secure the property for a containment team. Any persons on site are to be detained or neutralized in accordance with the ROE. No anomalous activity is found, you will exfil an RTB. Epsilon 6 will be our primary entry and intercording team, while our friends from New 7 will provide the outer cordon, short-range artillery and air support, including ISR, which comms will be bouncing off of. New 7 will also fill our QRF alongside specialists from Zeta 9, U13, Beta 7, and Lambda 5. As always, Gamma 5 will be running interference to make sure this all stays under the radar. Any mission code ideas go on the whiteboard in the back. Any questions?
Archangel to Helios, scepters awake. Happy hunting.
Klinsky, anything. Scepter 1-1 to Helios. We passed Ambrose. No sign of the civilian. Just a hole here now. No way to determine the depth. Over.
Roger that, 1-1. Proceed to next objective. Over.
We'll go, Helios. 1-1 out.
Morad should have a good time with that. UGV should have picked this shit up way before we got here. Command's got some fucking nerve asking us to stick your nose in there.
Comes with the territory. That's what we're here to do, and we're gonna do it. Part of the job.
I can see it, you know? You getting snatched up like out of a fucking movie?
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's never like that.
Hold out your hand.
I'm telling you, Cicero, another day at the office.
About what?
Any ideas on this shit?
We're being invaded. Haji's learned to dig to America. Hey, Kolinsky, what's the scoop? Command get back to you about it?
What, the hole? Nothing yet.
Well, you're smart, right? What's your take on it?
I don't have one. We don't know enough. Any conclusion I would jump to would just be conjecture.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
If there's an answer, it's in that commune. We'll figure it out. Always do.
Yeah, I was hoping. What about you, Reyes? What do you think?
I think you talk too much. Command sending some mole rats over to have a look at it. Come on, let's get back in formation.
What's your step, boys?
the fuck is this shit?
It would seem we're expected. Helios, this is Scepter 1-1. We've passed Poe. We've got eyes on multiple humanoid anomalies floating above the trees at the north side of the property. Please advise. Over.
Roger, 1-1. Maintain your course. The anomalies can be dealt with by QRF or the containment team after you've investigated the property. Over.
Understood. 1-1 out.
We good to go?
Affirmative. Get your men in position.
Fuck yeah. Scepter 2, we're go ahead for intercordon. Weapons free. Over.
But be afraid of the truly free. That's why.
2-1 in position. Over.
Just fall.
Roger 2-1. Scepter 1 moving in for entry. Over.
To be strung up like the rest. But I know you all are somewhat anxious. Often when we've attained something, the fear of what is next. It is always the same. Once you are liberated, you are forced to ask who you are.
Holding. Small room.
Small room left.
Coming out.
Clear.
With you.
Clear.
Coming out.
Coming out. Clear.
Clear! Talk, moving to second deck.
I got one.
Put your fucking hands in the air or you will be shot!
Hands! Let me see your fucking hands!
Do it! Do it now! Do it right fucking now!
Don't you fucking do it!
One to Helios. We've got a bogey down on the second floor. Proceeding to ID. Over.
It's Pender.
Should we call in a Casevac?
I'm not Bashan, but those were kill shots, bro. Best thing for him's a bag.
Fuck. 1-1 to Helios. Kingpin is dead. Over.
What the hell was he up to? Looks like a ritual, I guess. Be nice if he didn't pull that fucking gun. Got a couple questions to ask.
Like how many guys he's got in the basement.
Push comes to shove, I can cut a hole in the floor, flush him out with gas.
Cross that bridge when we get there.
TL.
Hang on to that. Go check out Pender's office. Take Kalinsky with you.
Shot this guy, but still won't shut the fuck up.
Basement doors reinforced. Some of the numbers are fitted on the lock, so we can probably brute force it.
Let me have a look.
Can you blow it?
No. We need something heavy, and I don't want to risk damaging anything inside. Need a cutting torch for this one. That or, you know, find the code.
Helios, this is Sector 1-1. Basement is reinforced. Unable to secure it at this time. Over.
The silence of the old ones. That's why they're nothing. Just fodder for the keeper of the meat. But I know you all are somewhat anxious.
That's better. Looks like he was still writing.
Yeah? What's he writing?
The bridge over the horizon. Records on the last days of the new Transcendentalist commune.
What the fuck did he mean by that?
Which part? Title's a novel worth of text.
The part about him knowing this group was coming to an end. Intel never said they were a doomsday cult.
Well, you're the field analyst. Figure it out. I'm just here to type. Sending this to command.
You know, I should have figured something was up.
Yeah? Why?
Well, he pulled a weapon on us.
Yeah, we kind of broke into his house, Kalinsky.
He could have figured us for cops. If we're going off his publicly available doctrine, there's no reason why he'd want to martyr himself. If he went to prison, he'd still be able to preach his ideology. That's what counts, right?
I don't know, bro. I just type.
Maybe they changed it at the last minute. Try Pender's birthday. I don't know. Try 1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
Any progress?
Negative. Hell, you smoked Pender.
Cicero did.
Nice. Would have been nicer if you didn't, you know. So he could have told us the code.
Just keep typing. Reyes, keep a log of all the numbers you try. If all else goes to shit, we can call in a cutting torch.
Hey, Kalinsky, come here. From the flash drive I found in his room.
Scepter 1-6 to Helios. We've got a flash drive in here with a video file titled Play Me. Proceeding to open it. Over.
Roger, 1-6. Over.
If you are listening to this, I have either made the journey into our Lord's domicile, or I am dead. Lewis, my former colleague, has barricaded within the inner sanctum while I was lighting the effigy. This betrayal has struck me like nothing else in this world. However, I will not be the first prophet to be betrayed by one so close to him. Maybe it was meant to be like this.
Shit. Jensen.
What you got?
I just want to make sure I'm not the only one seeing this.
It's like there's some sort of invisible ink. Is it just infrared that's picking it up?
Negative. Jensen tried it with his nods to no effect. It's the camera, not infrared.
Maybe that's the anomaly. Or part of it. Or a trick.
Helios, this is Scepter 1-1. Requesting to use the camera to investigate the property. Over.
Helios, Scepter 1-1, stand by. Over. Scepter 1-1, you may use the camera at your own volition. Over.
Understood. 1-1 out. Good find, Kalinsky. Take it and report your findings to the talk. Jansen, give command control of the computer, then go with Kalinsky.
Helios, hearing a bit of movement to the north of the property, but no signs of anything. Any movement on ISR? Over.
Negative, no signs of movement 2-4, over.
Outside, too.
Yeah, this is all very exciting, Kalinsky.
What you want? What are you looking for?
What brings you here? We shall meet again.
Hold your positions. Over. Roger that.
Claire?
Kalinsky, what the fuck? I saw someone in here. It must have given us the slip. Scepter 2, this is 1-6. Watch your sectors for a humanoid target moving away from the building. Over.
Roger 1-6, over. 2-1 to Helios. Any movement on ISR? Over.
Negative 2-1, over.
If they gave us the slip, Scepter 2 would have caught him the second they jumped.
Fuck! I got it! 5-1-4!
Bashar, get up here! I'll swap with you, over!
Move your arms! I can't see the wall! This is Sector 1-6. We have contact on the second floor of the target building. 1-1 is down hard. Over.
Roger 1-6, move 1-1 to secure location. Capture back is on the way. Sector 1-2, you're in charge. Over.
Understood. Over.
He's not safe here. We have to move him. Get the fuck in here, Kalinsky! Close it! Close the fucking door!
Got possible movement again from the north side. Anyone got eyes on?
Oh, fuck! 2-1 is contact. 2-4 is down. Over. Scepter 1, this is 2-1. I'm gonna reposition Scepter 2. The inner cordon is compromised. Over.
Understood 2-1, over.
Scepter 2 to all Scepter 1 units. Do not exit the target building. Over.
Got it. Hold position. Over.
What happened?
I don't know. He was just standing there, and then he was bleeding all over the fucking floor, man.
Call it in.
Fuck. Sector 1-3 to Helios. 1-1 is KIA. Over.
Roger, 1-3. Over.
Is she down?
It's on the floor and it's not moving.
1-2 to all stations. Target down on 2nd floor. Over. I don't envy you. Big shoes to fill.
I can do my job.
Yeah? So could he.
If there's another option besides that, you let me know.
Looks like the cultists got whatever it was they wanted. This complicates things.
So what the fuck's the move now?
Well, we know the reverse to bullets, so that gives us some options. Chemicals, maybe. Not saying it's for sure gonna work, but it's worth a try.
Okay, I'll request for QRF and some chemical mortars. Nothing lethal, just enough to knock out anything in the vicinity.
Good. Get me the fuck off this property.
We still have a job to do. We need to recce the basement so any QRF knows what they're getting into. There's also been a change in the ROE. If we make contact, we'll attempt a less lethal option first. If they don't respond to that, smoke them.
Better not drop that fucking camera, Kalinsky.
Helios, this is Sector 1-2, 5 for effect. Red 5, over.
5 for effect. Red 5 out.
Target Citadel 1, over.
Target Citadel 1, out.
Danger close, at my command, over.
Danger close at my command, out.
Send it.
Kalinsky, get up here.
Gas. To Helios. Target down on the 1st floor. Over.
This is gonna take a bit.
Step aside. Look at me and tell me I am not the most valuable member of this team.
Fix your fucking seal, dude.
Jansen, get the door.
On it.
Man's probably been dead a couple hours. Took himself out with these.
Check around the place for anything notable. I'm gonna look this guy over. Got a recording here.
Play it back.
It's evil they've brought here. And they're all mad now because of it. After they found that bas relief, everything changed. We'd found it deep in the dirt, next to some old tools. Someone, from a very long time ago, was trying to hide it away. I don't know what Father Bender thought he was worshipping, but it was never the salvation we were promised. I watched the others scream in terror and go mad as they disappeared into the transcendent plane. You can join them if you'd like, but I will not. Goodbye.
I don't know how our friends are gonna make any sense out of this.
This is all fucking gibberish to me, man.
Anyone else getting flashbacks to the Providence op? Bass relief, weird cold, same shit, right?
Maybe both groups found the same thing. Nothing's here like what the cult says publicly. It's like they did a complete 180, completely changed ideologies.
Yeah? Fuck it. Try anything once, right? Motherfuckers.
Strength and honor. For the Horde. Go with honor. Speak, friend. May your blades never dull.
Be seeing ya.
Brawl hard. Strength.
Son, you got anything? What do you see? Hassan! What the fuck is wrong with you? Hey! Put that fucking thing down, man!
What do you see? What's going on? Don't get near it. Nobody touch it.
Put it down!
Oh, fuck! 1-2 to Helios. Sector 1-4 is down. Over.
Kalinsky, get the camera. Jesus Christ, Hassan. What the fuck?
1-2 to Helios. Target building is compromised. Requesting immediate exfil. Over.
Helios to Sector 1, QRF is 30 seconds out. Retrieve what intel you can and exfil from the property. Over.
Roger that. Over. Let's go!
sorry we couldn't get here earlier. Containment brought up the specialists. Some of their tech might spot the targets, might not. You still got the camera on you?
Yeah, you want it?
That's affirmative. Pass it off and we can take it from here.
Roger. Kalinsky, bring up the camera. Kalinsky? Kalinsky, what is it?
Reporting for duty. You want a piece of me, boy? Give me
Would you look at that?
It's the goddamn gates of hell.
Come on. We have to find her. We have to find Cassandra. This is gigantic.
This whole planet's a freak show.
So, this used to live in that city?
Probably. See its chest? This was a host for one of those creatures. How long has this thing been here?
This ain't the time to be playing archaeologist. Come on, there's a passage over here.
Cassandra, can you hear me?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of your father's.
Dad?
I haven't died all day.
It's waking up.
Guys, I have a bad feeling about this. We need to hurry.
What will you require?
Holy shit!
Can you run? me, Cassandra.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There, you should be able to hear
There
me
we go. Okay. Have you joined?
now. I have
Actually,
now
no.
turn on the game.
I'm already inside of FNAF Co-op. You can join now. So we're on
Did
night
you create
2.
your own server?
Collection. Yeah, I'm gonna create my own server. Are we on night 2? Yeah, we're on night 2. I'm waiting on you to join.
Look for your name now.
I see you. Okay, I'm creating my own server. Can you join my server, please? There we go.
We got Milk
Let's start.
Kotu.
Okay, so we have an ally now. So, Five Nights at Freddy's 1, Night 2. Warning, this game controls loud noises, flashing lights, and jump scares. In the bottom corner, there's something that says loading ... Wait, it's only us, the other guy left. Oh. FNAF 1, select. Night 2, ready up. This is a fun game.
It's alright.
But I do know that but they could improve it. There is a few things that they can improve. What are some names? Oh, night 2. 12 a.m. Night guard. So let's go to the office after I buy some power-ups. I'm going to get as many power-ups as I can't get a single power-up. Wait, Dad? Dad.
What's up?
Can you follow me before we start the game? I want you to follow me to this guy. Okay, so follow me to this guy.
Yeah, you can buy shit from him. I already bought stuff.
No, you want to go to the second one and use all your 10s on that because it's like Foxy comes early and he'll drain a lot of our power.
Cool.
So you want to go to the
I have
one that costs 10 and buy it. How do you have $2?
Because I bought a watch last game. Come on, let's go.
Oh yeah, we bought a what? Oh yeah. Let's go. I also have $2.
It still doesn't tell me like. How do you tell the time? Like, I bought the watch, but I don't see...
Oh, in the top corner, it will show you that time.
Oh, when we start the game.
Okay, so, like, you can explore and stuff, but you can see the time in the top corner. That's all it does.
Alright, I'm gonna watch the right side, you watch the left side. You get ready for
cams.
Foxy.
Chica's gone. Chica's gone. Chica's missing.
I'm looking at her. She hasn't came this way yet.
Bonnie's coming. If I hear a dum-dum, we're
Yeah,
dead.
it's all you, buddy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I got the right side, you got the left side.
I'm just watching. I'm just looking at them.
Freddy's still there. Chica went somewhere else. I don't see Bonnie anywhere out here.
Oh, Bonnie went to the parts and service room.
Gotcha.
That's his second place to go. Why are you back here?
Oh, Bonnie's walking up.
Don't touch him. Do not touch him.
Oh, well, clearly. That's how you lose.
I'm watching him. If I see him walking towards me, I'm shutting this door. And I will not care. Because Bonnie's a little rascal. Bonnie's leading. Why is Bonnie going away from me?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Bonnie's still just chilling. Chica's coming back.
Oh, Chica's coming back?
Yeah, not here yet. She's not in her spot, but she.
You know
I saw her
what Red
walking
Fox's name is?
Oh, Chica's right by the. She's there.
If you see enemy animatronic walking.
Well, she's at the end of the hallway. She's not walking this way yet.
Okay. If she walks, Bonnie's inside my storage room. I'm scared. I don't like that. He's inside the storage room.
Why are we at 88% battery left? Just look with your eye holes.
The fan and other lights still are activated, so technically you're still draining power.
Gotcha.
You're always draining power. I see Bonnie.
Chica's
now
coming.
That.
Door.
Bonnie's still inside his storage room, looking around. If I see Bonnie come out of that storage room, I am shutting this door as fast as humanly possible.
I don't know where.
Are you using the cameras?
No, I was using my eyeballs.
On night 2 is when you want to start using cams. Bonnie's coming. Bonnie's coming this way.
I think Chica left. Open the door. Look. Yeah, Chica's gone. Chica's gone. Turn off that light.
Bonnie's camping us. On night 2, you have to use cams.
You don't have to.
Yeah, Bonnie's camping.
Oh, Foxy's right outside the door. I see him right there. Just keep that in mind. He's not outside the main door. Oh, Chica, shut the door. Shut the door. Chica's at the door.
I was not close enough.
Where the fuck did she go? She just. Well, I ran out to go see what else was going on.
I already declared we're staying inside the office. That's the safe place.
Well,
and literally the only place you can do stuff.
Bonnie's
backing off. I'm gonna help you while I'm dead. Chica's good. Bonnie's camping. Bonnie's going back to his area. Foxy's getting ready to attack. I'll tell you if he moves another. I'll tell you when he moves again. Because I think he has one more movement. Also, I think Foxy can go to both doors in this in FNAF co-op. So close both doors, I think. Oh, you can't get jump scared when you already... Shut the door!
I did.
Okay, Foxy's
Foxy
1%. Took 1 power. I'm gonna go see.
Did he run away?
Yeah, he ran away. He's back in pipe. He just moved.
Bonnie's ran off.
Fox? Oh my god, Foxy's ready to attack again. Bonnie's coming back.
Okay, door shut.
Oh, he's going to the storage room. You can open it.
Alright. Open back up. Chica's at the other side. Keep an eye on the other ones.
Chica and Fox. I'm gonna keep my eye on Chica and... If I see Chica move, you're gonna get jump scared if you don't shut the door. Chica is a quick one. She can shut Chica's door. Yeah.
Keep an eye on Chica. Let me know when she leaves. Oh, Foxy's coming. Oh, shit! Fucking damn it.
Wait, have you seen how Foxy runs?
Yeah, bitch runs quick.
No, I'm gonna come into the room and show you how he runs real fast.
Yeah, he does. I could have sworn it closed in time, but apparently not.
So, wanna try night 2 again?
Sure.
Wanna try it again?
Sure.
This time, can we both stay in the office?
Yeah, I
If the
should
generator-
explore too much.
If anything goes off, we're gonna go together. So what if one of us is doing the task, the other one can warn. Actually, don't go to the office when the game starts. I want to clean off the tables and stuff, because you can do that.
It doesn't do anything for you, though.
Well, it's fun. It's fun. I actually never got to see it. Okay, ready.
It doesn't do anything. All it says is let the janitor do his job.
Oh. Well, also, Dad, guess every time I hear Foxy just running like that, my heart just goes bam, multiple times because I'm like, oh God, just Foxy running is so scary.
Yeah.
Right? Like, especially in this. This is fun though.
Yeah, it's alright.
I recommend this 10 out of 10.
I wish we didn't have to do that every fucking time.
Night Guard. Can we buy anything? I want to see. Oh, I only have $4. Do you still have 2? If we could buy any of the extra,
because we haven't survived a night yet, so we're not gonna have any money.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
But if we ever get some extra 10s, we're going to spend it on that if we're doing night 2, 3, 4, or 5. We're going to spend it on those boosters. If we get 50, we're going to get that generator thing because I think that generator thing that you can buy for 50 can restore your power when you're not using anything. I think that's what it does.
All right, keep my eye on Chica. She got the other door.
You want me to kill myself so I could keep an eye?
No, I want you to be able to use the fucking door. Turn off my light. What are you doing?
Sorry. If I get jump scared by Foxy, I'm gonna fall over. Because that's actually happened from me, because Foxy just gives me a heart attack. I'm dancing. I'm just dancing. If you looked on my screen, it would be weird. I'm just dancing. Chica's moving. Chica's out of place. Well, she has to move the inch.
Chica moved, but she's still just kind of chilling.
Foxy moved. Foxy moved. I don't like him. Bonnie's coming.
Oh, just lock the door, lock the door. Aw, fuck. Let's try it again.
I was not smart. I was not smart. I tried to hide, but then I realized what I was doing.
Alright, let me go get
I can't do Foxy.
Nah, I'm not trying to work both doors. This shit's too hard. Come here, Chica. Scare the shit out of me. Alright, let's try it again.
You do Foxy's door, and I did the other door.
I don't want to do Foxy's door.
But I'm not good at it.
Oh, fine. Alright.
You've practiced more of this than I have. Actually,
Yeah, Froken's outside.
You want to do Five Nights at Freddy's 3?
Sure, I don't care. Hey, I gotta get...
I really want to see some phantoms. How did I get a C? I should get an F. I died. Why do you get a C when you die? Now, do you know why you get a C when you die? You should get an F, right? Right? Hello? 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 Did you take... Okay, ready to start?
You're next. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, FNAF 3, select. We're doing night 2. Because we already did night 1, it was way too easy. Okay. Dot 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 dot. I wonder how we died this time. Didn't this game just load already? Night 2. Why does it say the time? We already know the time. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Let's go see what we do. Wait, come here first. Hee. I'm gonna electrocute myself. Buzz, buzz. Actually, let's go explore before we start the night.
This is the one where we have to fix the generator.
Wait, we have to fix the generator?
Yeah, there's the generator.
Oh. So if we have to go do a task, we both go. That's what we agreed on, right?
I never said no such thing.
Well, you agreed on if we had to do a task, we would both go. So if somebody's doing the task and an animatronic comes behind them, they both won't die because then they could run and do the task after an animatronic leaves. We agreed on that.
Okay, sure. Shut up. Shush.
Oh, well. So
I don't think there's a power thing.
Because the other one died. There is no power.
Yeah,
oh yeah, FNAF 1 is the only one that had power.
Well, Cam 9, Bonnie's out.
His name is Spring Bonnie, not Bonnie. His name is Spring Bonnie, not Bonnie. Because Bonnie would look way different, because he doesn't exist in this game. And Bonnie doesn't exist as the ball characters. I hear an outlet. I want to shock myself. Wait, Dad, come here. I want you to show you. I want to show you this paper.
Bonnie is in on camp 6.
Hi. Dad, there's a poster right here.
She's by the generator.
Oh, hey, look. There's Phantom Freddy. Hello. Dad, get off cams. We could just see Phantom Freddy come. Oh, and he's going to come to our office. Thank God he can't kill us. He's just a distraction. If he kills us.
Alright. Bonnie is on the loose. Bonnie's on camp 5 right now.
Hi. Just keep Bonnie away. That's all we have to do. Keep him away. If we keep Bonnie away, we're gonna be good. Hello? What was that? Why is there a light? Hi. Did you turn that light on?
No. Bonnie's still on camp 5.
Just keep him away and I'll watch the vent.
We gotta fix. The generator's down. But he's in room 5.
Is that the generator room?
Yeah, generator room has an error.
Do we actually have to go there?
If you want power. Bonnie just moved. Bonnie's on cam 2.
I'm gonna go. Oh, dang it. No, I can't go to the generator. He's right there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait. Oh, he's coming. He's coming.
Play the child sound as fast as possible in a different room. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
I can't. It won't let me play any more child sounds.
Okay, then we're getting jump scared. Play as fast as possible.
I can't. There's errors. It won't let me.
Oh, then we're dead. He's right here.
Just keep saying
turn my
error.
headphone volume all the way down. He's right there.
Hey, go fix the generator.
Well.
I died.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't know that's what the child sounds do, is that you play them in a different room. I was playing in the same room as Bonnie. I wasn't for sure what that meant.
Well, you have to play him in a different room when he comes. When you see him at the lights inside at the office, when he sees you at the office, you play this like in front of the glass at your office or inside the vents. You play the child sounds in a different room to get him away because he wants to go kill that child. But there is no child, just recording. So that's how you use them.
I didn't know. Just didn't know.
Yeah.
Don't know what you don't know.
I think you have a limit amount of child sounds. So keep
You
them
clearly
in
do.
So if he moves from, like, just keep him away from the generators and our office. That's all we have to do. And keep him out of the vents. The vents are harder for him. I don't know how the vents work. Why is it like no phantom?